I'm waiting for this thing. Alright. Is it this? Is it maybe this? I don't know what's going on. Alright, there we go. That's better. Okay, I was looking for that. Because I was never looking like I was going out there. Alright, bad. Here we go. What is good, everybody? It is your boy JJ That Dude, and we are back on the Great Ace Attorney, and I need to fix my chair again. Because this thing never wants to sit still. Give me a second. But yeah, last time where we left off, cut up, get this thing straight. Last time things had left off, we were going out there and we were trying to help out our boy Barrick Van Zeeks, go out there and get a innocent, thing or a not guilty thing, and some things happen. And my boy Mika Toba, he didn't let me know that he was a part of the tap dancing community, cause that boy was tap dancing with Sholmes. Oh my goodness, that boy was out there tap dancing. That boy was cold when he was tap dancing. That man said that boy was out there hitting that thing. I ain't gonna lie, that's probably one of my best themes out there at this point. So hey, I'm happy for it. So yeah, without further ado, we're gonna get into it though, cause I'm gonna try and get this game out the way completely done, so I ain't gotta worry about this game. And I will try my best to keep doing their voice acting, obviously. No one else? Oh crap, I forgot one thing. Hold that thought. Save. I forgot one thing in particular. Let me get one thing down in particular. Because I did say that I would do this for the culture. Because now we're going to actually tailor the outfit towards him now. We're now going to let it be... We're going to let it be a little canon now, that everyone gets their outfits now. Bespoke tailor. For playing the game and all outfits available. Indeed we are. Now let's go ahead and let's converse with Mr. Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? Surely it's abundantly clear that I wasn't brooding over Mikatoba's refusal to share his pheasant with me. Nevertheless, I felt the need to withdraw from the social circle for a while and look on with hungry eyes. Sorry, Hurley, but I cooked that pheasant especially for Susie's daddy. Even though I played the role of your father to you for far longer. Mr. Sholmes. I'm not gonna lie, he isn't lying though. I mean, he's been your dad for a while. Can I discuss something with you? Certainly, my dear fellow. I find myself quite in the mood for a spell for conversation, or of conversation. No doubt, your hunger to learn more of my deep love of game. I can probably contain my curiosity on that one. You needn't look at me in that fashion. In what fashion? It seems that before we discuss the pheasant, we have some rather unpheasant matters to discuss. Again with the puns. Your pun-worthy abilities show me no bounds, sir. But it's okay, I understand. Okay. Because you pulled the tuck the air thing, it goes somewhere else with it. The great sword, Karama. Let's actually examine that, because I actually need to examine that. Karama, the great blade. It's such a thing of beauty. I want to gaze on it for hours. The tip of the great sword, broken. It's such a shame. It's been so meticulously cared for over the years. I can almost hear Kurama's sob. Kazuma must have really taken a swing for that thing to happen. Anything happen to the back or anything? Because you know how that thing be sometimes. Anything happen to the hilt or anything? Anything here around here? No. Okay, good to know. That's that one, and then I want to look at the small component. You see these little things all over the place, don't you? It's the part of the top of the pocket watch that you twist and set the time, isn't it? It's called the crown, I believe. A watch would be quite useless with that one. The crown, like what sits on the top of the monarch's head? That's a very grand name for such a tiny part. Actually, yes, Mr. Naruhodo? If this is a crown, I have a feeling I might have seen a monarch around here somewhere with a very bare head. If by monarch you mean pocket watch, then I'm quite sure you have. Do I need to do it for this one? And then put it here? Right here? What do you think, Mrs. Otto? I feel sure I know exactly what will fit here. Really? I was just thinking precisely the same thing. We're about to see that little round component. It's actually a part of the Inspector's Gregson's broken pocket watch. Really? I was just thinking precisely that too. A perfect fit. I knew it. Alright, perhaps you knew it. I'll make note of this new information at once. Indeed we have. We got what we needed. Alright, let's go to the telegram for Japan. So, what was then the telegram you received back from Japan, then? Ah, this! I thank my lucky stars it arrived in time! Record found as indicated. Duplicate follows. K. Asogi, A. Shin, Tobias Gregson, John Wilson. So, Kazuma Asogi, Asa Shin, Tobias Gregson, John Wilson. And we know Shin is Jezebel Brett, so okay. What? Those 4 names? We've come across that exact same list before. Yeah, when we were at the last part of the game. They came up in an unforgettable case last spring. Yeah, after, what you call it? I forgot that dude's name, but he was the broker though. The pawnbroker dude. I forgot. Wendy Banks. Yeah, it was Wendy Banks' thing. Yeah, it was Wendy Banks. There you go. I remember that name. At least I know Wendy Banks. What appeared to be a simple case of aggravated murder turned out to be masking monumental intrigue. The plot that involved the sales of British governmental secrets to foreign states, exposing the means by which those secrets were being leaked. We deciphered a fragment of a message. And then, yeah, it's those names right there. I'm not reading them names down. But we didn't find the names out until the case was over. And we never did get to the bottom of what they meant. All we knew was that the information had been sent by someone, or somebody, in the British government to somebody in Japan. So, why are the names coming up again now? Yes. Where did the sender of your telegram discover them, Mr. Sholmes? I have here the message I had wired yesterday. Allow me to read it to you. Enter Judge Chigoku's office undetected and investigate telegram records. Expect to find communication from Britain dated 1 year ago. That's the 4 names. Need by tomorrow. Naruhodo? I sent to a detective I know who specializes in clandestine missions of this nature. You asked Inspector Hosonaga to undertake such an onerous task for you? And in my name? I wonder what guise he opted for this time. My dear fellows, it was a matter of great urgency, you understand? Anyway, the list of names was found in Cicero's office, as Sholmes predicted. So you mean that mysterious collection of names that sent from Great Japan was... It was sent to Judge Jigoku. He was the intended recipient. I don't believe it. But that doesn't answer the question of what the list of names actually signifies. It's true. Oh my goodness, I'm trying to say, what about you? Make sure mom's good. And I have to do this so I can tell, but sometimes they don't want to hit, so I gotta look at my phone sometimes. I did formulate a hypothesis about that, but without a shred of evidence, I couldn't possibly have shared it. Mr. Sholmes looks dead serious for once, or deadly serious for once. Is it a court record? Who just texted me? Dang. Someone just texted me. Hold on. Let me answer 6. Do you think we get more information if we present this or something, or maybe we can present later? I don't know. Kazuma's death. We need to talk about that. The tragedy we had to go through on the SS Bureau. It was all for nothing. Kazuma wasn't dead at all. We were completely taken in by the lie you told us. Your great detective's lie. I took no pleasure in deceiving you. However, at the time, all that concerned me was preventing the young man's study tour from taking place, whatever the cost. What? I capitalized on the events that transpired to see that he was sent back to Japan. His remains, you mean? Precisely, Mrs. Sato. And then, I made sure that somebody else was sent to Britain in his stead. Oh my, you mean... The arrangement between our two countries was already in place. One university student lawyer and one judicial assistant to be accommodated on a study tour. In other words, by arranging for someone else to fill the place originally intended for Mr. Osagi, I would successfully prevent the man from arriving on our shores for several years at least. Wait, do you mean to say that it was all in aid to stop Kazuma from coming to Britain? That's why you... Think back, Naruhodo! Was there not somebody who quite casually urged you to continue on the voyage to England? Yeah. The terms of the study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. In the light of Mr. Soki's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know. All you require is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely. But there's no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer. The voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourself another suitable lawyer. So, you manipulated me? I've often remarked on the extraordinary lengths to which friendship will drive a man. Indeed it does. I was quite sure that you would rise to the challenge for your late friend. Controller, can you stop moving? That's why I hate this controller now. This controller will be moving on his own. I don't believe it. But if it was all contrived... I mean, what happened was treated by the authorities as murder. A woman was mistakenly arrested as the perpetrator. What do you suppose became of her? Naturally, I didn't allow the misapprehension to have any serious repercussions. I've subsequently explained everything and assisted the unfortunate soul in finding the foreign refuge she sought. I seem to remember Suzato and I had some rather strong words for her. Well, she was certainly not devoid of all guilt. She deserved every word, I'm sure. I wonder if she made it to America then. I'm afraid I simply cannot comprehend it. Why would you go into such lengths, Mr. Sholmes? Why were you so determined to stop Cosmo-sama from reaching Britain? What, was he gonna get bodied or something? The truth is, 12 months ago, there was already a very tangible omen of the impending tragedy, you see. Oh. An omen that, at this very moment in time, is close at hand. An omen of all these tragic events that already exist a year ago is close at hand. We need to find out exactly what Mr. Sholmes knows. Is it this? There was no room for doubt with your instructions in this telegram, Mr. Sholmes. You were very clear that it was Judge Goku's office that should be searched, so you obviously knew that's where the list of names would be found. Kirasogi, Asashin, Tobias Gregson, Jay Wilson, or Jay Wilson, which is John Wilson, and Cosmosogi. We only learned those were names just over 6 months ago now. And only because they appeared as a part of a top secret government communication that were leaked. That's true, yes. But at the time you were unaware of the background. So you see, those 4 names were wired to Japan. Around 6 months before that, approximately this time last year in fact, when you were both still in Japan. It really would be hypocrisy on my part to reprove others for intercepting state secrets. Because after all, I'm perpetually eavesdropping on communications between British and Japanese governments. You're perpetually doing what? How? Never mind the details, but you should know. No secret is safe from Herlock Sholmes when he has designs on knowing it. Oh my, Mr. Sholmes, what a fabulous line! Now, 1 month after the list of 4 names was wired to the recipient Jigoku in Japan, Dr. John H. Wilson was murdered. As soon as I learned of the incident, a hypothesis rapidly took shape in my mind. As it turned out, I was partly correct and partly mistaken. Nevertheless, it was the beginning of all the tragic events that were to follow. Mr. Sholmes, please, tell us all you know. Tell us about the 4 names and the tragedy to which they're all somehow connected. As I said, and who just texted me? Okay, there we go. As I said, when I learned of Dr. Wilson's murder in Japan, my mind immediately turned to those 4 names. But you see, there was someone else on the list who I believe to be recently deceased. What? Who? Asa Shin, as it was transcribed in Japanese script. In actual fact, Miss Asha Shin. That was a familiar name to me. She was a professional killer. Well known among London's unsavory classes. Oh, I see. But she had completely vanished from existence several months before Wilson's murder. So I came to the logical conclusion that she had herself been killed. And accordingly, I became fearful for the lives of the two persons on the list. Ah, Kazuma Sogi and Tobias Gregson. Owing to our proximity, I decided to take measures to protect Gregson myself. But I determined it would be safest if young Asogi were to stay away from Britain. Ah, so that's why you went to such lengths to prevent his study tour from going ahead. Exactly. That makes sense. I ain't mad at that. I ain't really mad at that. So, you already know who Kazuma-sama was, Mr. Sholmes. Oh yes. Sholmes and I have exchanged correspondence for years. I've recounted many tales about Asogi to him in my letter. And in news of Dr. Wilson's death, of course. So, Dr. Wilson is dead then. I didn't know. Oh, Iris. I know he wasn't my daddy, but still, that's very sad. I'm so sorry, Iris. We knew the significance of the name, obviously, but we just couldn't bring ourselves to tell you. No. But what you just told us, Mr. Sholmes, doesn't completely tie in with the facts. There's one big hole in your hypothesis. Big hole, Mr. Naruhodo? Ah, yes. You mean about Asa Shin, I presume. Oh, of course. Exactly. She wasn't killed, was she? She was in Japan, posing as a visiting student under the assumed name of Jezebel Brett. I'm glad you're keeping up, my dear fellow. But I only became aware of the fact 2 days ago in the foyer of the Great Waterloo Hotel. Ah. And upon hearing the startling revelation, the hypothesis that I'd formed surrounding those four names was completely turned topsy. What's topsy? What do you mean when you say your hypothesis was turned topsy, Mr. Sholmes? I had believed all four names on the list to be names of the victims. However, I was mistaken. Very much so. Asa Shin was a killer. This telegram is a list of both victim and killers, is it? Indeed. It would seem that Miss Shin was dispatched for Britain with the sole intention of dispatching Dr. Wilson. Her visiting student status being merely a front. Ah. Which would of course explain why no motive could be determined for her actions. So the real reason Dr. Wilson was killed by Asa Shin is because he was the target of an assassination. And forearmed with that knowledge, fresh consideration of this telegram puts the list in a very different perspective. What do you mean? Well, does it not strike you? There is another among the four, who subsequently became a visiting student. What you mean? But of course, a name you know only too well. You mean Kazuma? Oh, he did say something in court today. Yes, on the 31st of October, I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk in order to carry out a mission. And the mission was the assassination of the Mark. Young Mr. Asogi accepted the mission a year ago now. Surely not. In conclusion, this document is a contract of sorts. An international agreement, one might say, detailing an assassination or assassin's exchange. An assassin exchange? How could I possibly have gotten involved in something like that? Take me up here. Let's go. Let's assume that we have two parties, each wishing to dispose of a distinct individual. Those two parties then make a contract to swap their respective assassination targets. That would be the assassination exchange, or then an assassin exchange. I keep saying assassination the entire time instead of assassin, but it's gonna have to be fine, bro. You don't gotta deal with that. So to begin with, the British assassin is dispatched as a visiting student to Japan, where she kills her target. And then the Japanese assassin is dispatched as a visiting student to Britain in order to eliminate his target. It certainly does sound like an exchange, but what on earth is the point? Don't forget, Naruhodo, the British assassin at least escaped conviction, thanks to diplomatic immunity afforded by consular jurisdiction. Oh yes. This jurisdiction should be null and void under the terms of the new treaty between our two countries. So the fact that it was brought into place just interference or intervention at the very highest levels. The highest levels? They get him, get them both out here. They both are the highest members of the judicial system. Get them both here, let them both testify, and bring them out of here. These murders were two sides of the same coin, linked not by a common motive, but by contractual agreement. As such, they appeared utterly unrelated. Yet in truth, the assassins were complicit in one singular devilish scheme. That this association and the safeguard of diplomatic immunity were, I believe, the motivation behind this plot. But wait a minute, Sholmes. If this telegram really is describing the exchange of assassins as you're suggesting, it would mean that the Japanese killer's target was never Seshiro Jikoku at all. It would mean Soki's target was actually Inspector Gregson. What? Kazuo was here for Gregson? Yeah, that's what it sounds like. For the paper. So Jikoku wasn't actually the bard. Yes, that's exactly what it would mean. I hold myself personally responsible for failing to keep the inspector safe. Mr. Sholmes, I told him of my fears and implored him to seek a transfer to an overseas position. Obviously, with the young pickpocket in tow. Yes, Gina. Come to think of it, Inspector Gregson did mention that to us in the Great Exhibition, that he'd be transferred to Paris police and taking Gina with him. But without informing me, he engaged in one last assignment, it seems. And sadly, it turned out to be his very last. This is too much to take in. Alright everyone, that's quite enough of all that serious talk for one day. Isn't it early? I mean, look at the time. Ah, quite right, Iris. Let's conclude our preparations for tomorrow. What preparations? Well, I think I shall make my way back to my hotel room for now. It has certainly been a night to remember. It is. A little bit sad, though. I mean, I like the idea of you being my daddy. Because then Susie would have been my big sister. I'm sorry, Iris. Since I was like, I'll be your sister. I'll be your stepsister. Like, you might as well be like, hey, I might as well be sisters. I mean, y'all technically could be sisters. I know, Iris. I was thinking quite the same thing. Were you? But if someone like me would be worthy, I would be delighted to become your sister. What? Really? Oh yes, without question. So, you'll teach me all the ways you know to throw Runa onto the floor? Yes, of course. It would be my pleasure. You didn't have to agree quite so readily! Oh, but wait a minute. Susie's gonna be my big sister. You can be my big brother if you want, Runo. Huh? I mean... Yes, of course. If you'll have me, I'll glad to be your brother. Here's my thing though. Y'all not brothers, sisters. Y'all kind of more like, well, not, well, you and her, well, I mean, it's kind of like, you're like the, she might be like the, and he might be the uncle, and that's if that works out right. Well done, Iris. We must always be mindful of feelings. I've raised you so well. Ha 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 ha. Because being sensitive is your strong suit, naturally. It definitely ain't. That man will literally get you cooked. Right. I'm going to work extra hard for tomorrow now. Because it's for my big brother and sister. What is all this talk of preparing for tomorrow? Preparing what? Hee. Just have to wait and see. Oh. Good luck in court tomorrow. I'm expecting a sterling performance. I'll do my very best, of course. How long have we been doing this for? 30 minutes? So the overnight break in the trial's proceedings became a crucial turning point. I'm supposed to do truths while posing new conundrums. That list of 4 names on the telegram in Judge Ikoku's office, and the extraordinary assassination plot in which my best friend had somehow become involved. It felt as though I had been plunged into an even greater darkness all of a sudden. But at the same time, I felt sure I would see the light again soon. Because I was lucky enough to have the most wonderful family in the world standing steadfastly behind me. Well, I mean, look, maybe you can go out there, you could probably marry Susato, you know, and you be cooking. Maybe, I don't know, that's me. To be continued. We're balling, we're keeping it going. So we're balling. The 4th of November, 9:30 a.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. Before we begin today, I have a brief announcement. As with the closed trial 10 years ago, some astonishing facts have come to light in these proceedings. The revelation that the well-known Reaper is actually an organization illegally executing its own brand of justice. Yeah, makes sense. Alright. Let's go. I gotta yawn real quick. Okay. Are we good? Okay. And the discovery that a respected yard inspector was at its heart until he himself perished in an assassination plot. Well, I say to all members of the judiciary here present on this occasion that we will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Counsels, you will undertake this trial with the resolve to pursue the truth to the bitter end. Resolved. Yes. That's my intention. My lord, if I may inquire, the defendant may speak. On what grounds is Kazuma Sogi permitted to continue in his role as prosecutor? He has admitted to colluding with the victim in a plot to assassinate an innocent man. He shouldn't be enjoying the privilege of freedom, let alone be leading the prosecution. I submitted a crap. Ha 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 ha! I submitted a written petition to Lord Strongheart, requesting the judgment of my transgressions be delayed by 1 day. You did what? In today's proceedings, I intend to expose everything. My whole life, for the last 10 years, has been leading up to this one day. Kazuma, whatever the outcome of this trial, I give my word that I will accept whatever punishment is deemed appropriate, however severe. And I suggest you prepare yourself for the same, Reaper. Kazuma is bristling with hostility today. I get the distinct impression we're heading into a very dangerous territory. Is that really even Kazuma-sama stated before us? Okay, so here's the thing about it. Do I want to sound like... Okay, how should Strongheart sound? Because if I think it sound like that, it's going to be a little bit rough. So like, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I need to talk to you real quick. So maybe I need to change Cosmo's voice. Maybe Cosmo's voice could be something like, I'm trying to think. Because my regular voice is just obviously Naruhodo's. Prosecution's ready, Your Honor. It's just going to sound like Lord Van Zeke's. What's Cosmo's going to sound like? How would it sound like for me? Whatever the outcome of this trial. Maybe something like that? But it's going to sound weird though. As an extreme exception to the normal practices, I have granted this prosecutor's request. The defense finds this acceptable, I presume. Yes, my lord. In that case, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. Again. We resume the closed hearing of Beric Van Zeeks. Defense is ready, my lord. The prosecution is more than ready. Very well then. This preamble has taken long enough. Prosecutor Asogi, begin. As you wish, my lord. The prosecution calls its first witness to the stand. Bring Seshiro Jigoku into the courtroom. At last then, we reached the final battle. He's putting literally everything on the line now in order to get the truth. Come on, Ryunosuke. It's time for that speedy resolve. But this is going to be a test. I mean, it's going to test it to the limit. That's what I meant to say first time. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court. Ha! So it was you who issued this, was it? Yes, buena? I did what was necessary. Ha 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 ha! Well, look at what the young man has become. I didn't think I'd see the day when you take that tone with me, I must say. The witness will ensure his responsibilities and responses are pertinent to the question asked. My name is Seshiro Jigoku, a Supreme Court judge from the Empire of Japan. 16 years ago, this man came to London as a visiting student. 6 years later, he returned to Japan. As well as presiding over the Supreme Court, he is also currently Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. I am of course fully aware of Mr. Jigoku and his preeminent roles. I invited him personally to the International Forensic Science Symposium as a representative of his country. I hear he also plays a key role in the conclusion of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. It was a great honor to be involved in the negotiations. I put my all into that treaty. Judge Jigoku, I must ask. Well, I never. Fancy the young murdering student turning up here of all places. You acquitted me yourself. And now, I'm a practicing defense lawyer. Yes, in a full self-importance like your friend across the courtroom, I see. You came here to London by invitation to the International Forensic Science Symposium, but then, without informing anyone of your plans, you took flight to France. Took flight? I have to object that to turn a phrase. Then explain yourself. What exactly were the circumstances? Well, I was somewhat expecting this. And I'm sorry to say, I decline to comment. What? Leaving the country prematurely when I was an invited guest may be a questionable etiquette. But my decision is unrelated to this case. I cannot be bound to testify. Unrelated, you say? I appreciate that a respected police inspector has been killed, for which I offer my condolences. However, being an alien, I'd obviously never met the man, nor do I know the first thing about him. As such, I am in no position to testify. It's as simple as that. So you would run from all this? I beg your pardon? This case is more far-reaching than the murder of Inspector Gregson. It has ties to another murder, a case that was tried in Japan almost a year ago now. A year ago in Japan? The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson, you mean? That's right, and you, Judge Igoku, are at the heart of both cases. The defense has evidence to prove it. Well, Ryunosuke, I see from the look in your eyes that you're resolved to carry this trial through to the very end, too. Maybe I should do that voice. Maybe I should do that voice instead, actually. That actually might be a lot better. Let's see your evidence, then. What proof do you have that Sessuro Jigoku is involved in this case? Alright, think my brain is it, do I say, the telegram? That's a telegram? Because honestly, it was in his, office.
Take that!
This is a telegram detailing a communication sent between Britain and Japan approximately 1 year ago. The communication contained 4 names: Kayasogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, and J. Wilson. You little. Where did you get that? In Tokyo. From your office, Judge Jigoku. What? How on earth did you... What's this all about? Why is my name on that list? This list of 4 names follows a certain pattern. Tobias Gregson and J. Wilson are the name of the victims. Kayasogi and A. Shin are the names of assassins. No. A year ago in Tokyo, Dr. John H. Wilson's life was taken in a Western-style restaurant in the capital. The culprit was found to be a visiting student who went by the name of Jezebel Brett, but her real name was Asa Shin, a professional killer sent on a mission to kill from Great Britain. Asa Shin and her victim, J. Wilson, and the murder took place here in London, was the counterpart to that crime. The assassin sent from Japan, also a visiting student, Kazuma Sogi. His victim wasn't the British police inspector Tobias Gregson. Kazuma Sogi and Tobias Gregson, one assassin from each country to kill a target residing in another. What exactly is the defense suggesting? These 2 cases of murder, one that took place in Britain and one in Japan, were masterminded by a pair of individuals from each country as a form of assassin exchange. The telegram that defense has acquired is proof of this international contract to kill. What? Excuse me. Telegram was found in your office, Judge Shigoku. In other words, the mastermind in Japan was you. Judge Shigoku, what's this all about? And you, Kazuma, you lied. During yesterday's proceedings, you acknowledged that you accepted the assassination mission. But the mark wasn't Judge Shigoku at all. It was T. Gregson, Detective Inspector of Scotland Yard, as shown by the name of the killing contract. Very impressive, Ryunosuke. But actually, I didn't lie. The name of the targets I was ordered to kill never passed my lips yesterday. The idea that Setsuro Joe was the mark came entirely from you. Ah, you deliberately avoided saying a name? The defense's claim that these four names indicate some sort of international assassin exchange. I'm sure I'm speaking for all present when I say that the very idea seems utterly absurd. So I need some testimony and evidence. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what do you have to say for yourself? His silence only goes to prove his guilt. There's another very important point to this new development brings to light. There's now a distinct possibility that the scene of Inspector Gregson's actual murder was in the witness's cabin aboard the SS Grouse. Judge Jigoku, you have to testify now. To refuse would put you in contempt of court. Ha 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 ha! There's no need for quite such a vicious stare, young man. Very well then. As a parting gift to you all, I'll tell you everything I know. It seems this gentleman, the Japanese gentleman, oh my goodness, I hate my life. It seems this Japanese gentleman has information that the court must hear about the alleged assassin exchange and the events of the night of the 31st of October. Present your formal testimony now. As you wish, my lord. Okay, we're balling. Hate that my lip got bit though. Assassin exchange. We ballin'. It's true that Kazuma Zogi was assigned the assassination mission 1 year ago now. The target was Inspector T. Gregson. That was a condition of the British study tour. However, in the end, something happened that meant the young man was unable to carry out his mission. On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times. If there had been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it, so clearly I can't be involved. Brother, didn't they see it? Like, I don't know, something? I don't know. So you admit it then. As this communication suggests, there really was an assassination agreement between I was gonna say Japan and Britain, but yeah, Britain, Japan. A political endeavor at the highest levels. That's something I can discuss here. To use such a worthy practice as foreign student to coerce somebody to commit murder. It's the most appalling thing I've ever heard. Appalling? Well, it's easy to judge. Pardon? Asoki had a reason for taking his sword to the British inspector, you know. What? Which is why he accepted the mission in the first place. Isn't that right, Council? Kazuma-sama. Judge Goku, if you really are the mastermind behind this operation in Japan, then tell the court the identity of your counterpart in Britain. I'm not obliged to divulge that information. As I said yesterday, I've killed nobody. I freely admit that I accepted the mission, but on the night the plan was to be executed, I backed out. In short, this assassination exchange that the defense has identified is unrelated to the events of this case. The crucial point is this. Your police inspector could have perished aboard that steamship in Dunkirk. Because if he had been shot in the cabin, it's inconceivable that the members of the crew wouldn't have heard it. And I got like 3 things I can say. One, Sholmes has actually shown and vouched, and your other friend has vouched that that thing was blocked. So unless you want to go out there and show proof that it wasn't blocked at that time and today, can't feel that. That's right. Gregson was killed after returning to London in the room on Fresno Street. And the perpetrator of the crime was the Reaper, Dirk Van Zeeks. The prosecution's accusation remains unchanged. Right. To think that a seemingly innocent foreign exchange program me was a facade for such a Machiavellian dealings. Clearly it's a plot only a government minister and high-ranking judge as the witness could hope to execute. Which is agreed. That's why I said it was either you or it had to be the judge here. Because he just came out of nowhere for some reason. Like, come on now. That's it. Right. Well, I seem to recall that it was someone in the British side who controlled everything. Be that as it may, it is not the place of this court to pursue this villainous assassin exchange plot. We are concerned only with the tangible events pertaining to the murder of the Inspector Gregson. Is the defense clear on that point, Counsel? Yes, my lord. I'll keep that in mind as I cause every to witness. How do I leave him real quick? He said the evening, and this says 10 p.m. So get that crap out of here. Objection. It's 10 p.m. Nah, y'all had like a 20-minute thing. Shut up. Yes, as the court has heard, there's a crewman posted outside Judge Goku's cabin. However, we could be sure of that. Contrary to the witness's claim, the guard wasn't there all the time, or at all times. What? I have here a notice of a particular event that was scheduled to take place aboard the steamship on the 31st. What? Where did you get that? As evidence gathered by Sherlock Sholmes. You were acquainted yesterday, if you remember. Sherlock Sholmes again! According to this itinerary, after leaving the port of Dunkirk at exactly 10 p.m. and for a period of 20 minutes, all crewmen of SS Grouse were to gather on the deck for an evacuation drill. All crewmen were away from their posts? And during the 20-minute interval, of course, any gunshot emanating from your cabin would have been heard by no one. Yeah, buddy. In summary, Judge Goku, you had an ample opportunity to commit the crime. Ah. Like, oh,
Objection.
got me. A 20-minute window of opportunity. That's an excellent find, Ryunosuke. But it amounts to nothing. Why? Because the witness clearly states in his testimony that no incident occurred in this cabin. Unless you have some decisive evidence that could show his testimony to be false. I'm locked in, bro. Like, bro, how do you not think about this? Come on now. Your accusation is nothing more than conjecture. Very true. Well, counsel. Inspector Gregson was killed in Judge Goku's cabin that night. I'm certain of it. Because the defense has evidence to prove it. You will present the evidence for the defense at once, counsel. What proof do you have that the victim's life was taken in Judge Goku's cabin on the 31st of October? Small component.
Take that!
Judge Goku, this was found in your cabin yesterday. What is that? The crown of a pocket watch. And guess what? You know who else there likes to wound up that pocket watch, right? Gregson, right? He always does it every day on a daily basis on one time a day. A pocket watch. And if you observe the victim's pocket watch, which we know he treasured, is missing precisely that part. It can't be. Moreover, this crown is a perfect fit on the spindle protruding from the victim's watch. Now, the fact that this was retrieved from Judge Goku's cabin tells us that the victim's watch almost certainly broke there. Grr. In other words, the victim was killed on the 31st during the 20-minute evacuation drill in a cabin occupied by you, Judge Goku. Well, you're razor sharp, aren't you, you young murderer? I didn't murder anyone. Joke's on you, dum-dum. Expertly maneuvered, Ryunosuke. And your argument sounds entirely plausible. At first. But rather like this pocket watch, it's full of cracks. Man, talk to me. Like, what you mean? That thing just got taken out. What do you mean? That thing taken off? What else could it be? Something had to happen. It had to happen at that cabin. We'll go ahead. What? And I believe Judge Goku feels the same way. I was wrong to acquit you earlier in the earlier years. Sorry? If I had known that I would result in anyone having to listen to this drivel, I would have declared you guilty just to spare the world of your ridiculous bombast. I think it's clear that the witness will have to give further testimony. When you hear what you actually happened in my cabin that night, you'll notice the pitfall into which you stumbled. Prior to your renewed testimony, I would like to clarify one point. Go ahead. The fact that this part of the victim's watch was discovered in your cabin means that you acknowledge he was there, I presume. Yes, I do. Very well then. You may proceed to give your formal testimony about what exactly happened in your cabin aboard the ship on the evening of the 31st of October. Of course, as a man of the law, I have no intention of obstructing justice. Just see, bro. I had a guest waiting for me when I returned to my cabin after finishing my evening meal in the dining room. When I walked through the door, a mustachioed Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me. I soon took care of him with an épinceau throw, though he couldn't wait to run after that. I imagine his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulders. It's nothing to do with the murder. The inspector was clearly killed, having returned to Britain, because his body was found in London. Épinceau? A common jujutsu martial arts technique in my country. I was careful not to use too much force, but the man obviously laid it too heavily for his watch to take. So, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I imagine you can see the flaw in your logic now, can't you? What? The fact that the pocket watch was broken in the witness's cabin in no way proves that the victim's murder took place there. I've no doubt the inspector intended to kill me, but he didn't manage to pull the trigger. Yes, because he was merely the tactician, not the Reaper's head of death. Well, the testimony appears to make perfect sense as far as I can tell. Let me express my deep gratitude for your understanding, my lord. But if this testimony holds, then Shigoku will be deemed to have no involvement in the case. Well, counsel, I really see no reason to waste precious time here in the court for cross-examination. Sorry, my lord. The defense has a right to cross-examine, and I don't intend to squander that. You're an embarrassment to your countrymen, not knowing when you're beaten. In that case, proceed, Mr. Naruhodo. Rabbi, bro, shut your stupid tail up, bro. Wanna come out your sorry self? That's fine. I would ask more about that, but I think we're good. Okay, so we'll press that if we need to, but, okay, we'll probably press those if it comes down to it. Okay, but let me ask, how's the body transported, though? Because that makes no sense. You said that the inspector was killed, have returned to Britain, because his body was found in London. Explain more about that, though. If you supposedly technically killed him, how did that work out? I need to know about that. There's no evidence that proves the victim ever returned to London alive. Just take a moment to think the idea of yours through now, stripling. What? If the inspector was killed on the steamship in France, how on earth could he have gotten back to Britain? When people die, their bodies remain at the same spot. It's a devil of a thing. Well then, obviously the culprit must have moved the body. How exactly? Carrying a corpse off a ship in your arms would raise a few eyebrows at least, don't you think? Yeah, just, let me ask you a question, do you carry like a big refrigerator or something? Well, yes, that's true, but all passenger luggage is inspected when it's unloaded from arriving vessels. Dude, he paid someone! He paid somebody! Can we acknowledge that he did banknotes? I would like to think that the border police would query the corpse of English gentlemen as hand luggage. Alright. If the murder had taken place aboard the ship, you would imagine the body would have been disposed of at sea. There would be no sense in risking being caught by and attempting to transport the body back to Britain. That's killed the idea then. But perhaps not. Mrs. Sato? We've heard that the first-class passengers were under constant scrutiny by the crewmen posted to guard them, which would mean that the culprit had no opportunity to dispose of the body in the sea. Yes, that's true. So transporting the body to Britain may have been the only viable alternative. Dear me, you really are new to this, aren't you? Bro, I experience when it comes to being a defense lawyer than you will in your entire life. I thought I'd been perfectly clear, but it seems I'm going to have to explain it in words you can understand. I think I ought to alter my testimony, with your consent, of course, my lord. I have no objections. State your amended testimony now. So this must be something I can press on here. Okay. He said there's no way I can transport things. Okay. Armband makes no sense. This makes no sense. This makes no sense. This makes no sense. This makes no sense. No. 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 This is all. This passport for him. I don't know. Wait. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I'm trying to think. At this time. I'm trying to think. At this time, was Mikatoba with him, or was he on his own thing and then he came? I don't know, and I don't remember, and I'm about to lose my mind. Oh, my brain doesn't know. I don't know. Oh my God. You know what? We could save it and just pray that it works. We can save it and pray that it works. And save and pray that it works, though. I don't know. I really don't think it has no deal. It makes no sense. I can't tell what it is. This thing makes no sense to me. I don't know. Okay, that's the only thing I can think of is maybe this. That's only if I could say, oh, where was he at? Because if Mikatoba was by himself and not with Jigoku, I could say this, but I don't remember. Hold on, actually, let me look. Hey, actually, let me look. Hold on, let me just see something real quick. Steamship ticket. It was the grounds for the first cabin. Okay, so they were both on the same thing if I was thinking right. One was a cabin 1, one was cabin 2. They weren't in the exactly same place, but they could. September 11th of November. They came out on They Came with Japan. They called it Dunkirk. That goes to France. Okay. Okay, so this is when they went to France. So can I please press that?
Objection.
Wait, that worked? I didn't know if that was gonna work or not. That's the only thing I could think of if it actually kind of worked. They gotta explain this to me. They gotta explain that to me. Is it? Are they gonna say, oh, because they came back quick with Mikatoba? I don't know. Let's see how this thing kind of confuses me a little bit. But let's go. Let's just read it. Okay. There's no possible way you could have moved Inspector Grex's body, you say. I would say the opposite is true. And what is that supposed to mean? Far from being impossible for you to do it, the transporting of Inspector Grex's body back is something only you could do. What are you talking about, Ryunosuke? As well as being a judge, Mr. Jigoku is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs, which means he's exempt from having his luggage searched when he enters the country. Oh, that is true. That's true. Dang. Because literally that's what Mikatoba said too. I forgot. Because he had his luggage, but no one else did. That's why. Oh, I'm so stupid. I am so stupid, chat. I deserve every L out there. I literally did not think that. I just saw luggage and said, oh, luggage here. So I was thinking, I was like, oh, luggage here. That's all I could tell. Luggage here. But that makes sense. We learned that when we first met up with you upon your arrival in London. Well, all those passport checks and luggage searches at the border took rather a lot of time. I must say, I'm very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that, did you? Bro, you would not have known unless you actually paid attention to this. I was just thinking he was just yapping. Ah, I knew you were jealous. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, that man was nonsense. I presume you recall this, Judge Shigoku. It's a photograph when we took to the foyer, or took in the foyer, the hotel, to mark the occasion. As the court will note, you will have your large travel trunk. Large enough, in fact, to have a corpse inside. But Mr. Naruhodo, sure you're not suggesting... I'm afraid I am, yes. 3 days ago, when we were chatting innocently with the new arrivals from Japan in the hotel, the body of Inspector Gregson was just meters away from us, inside Judge Goku's trunk. That man was out there saying, nah, I'm gonna put a body in this thing, no one's gonna know. Like, what if anyone just literally went out there and just touched it? You'd be like, hey, what's in here? Oh crap, there's a body! Ah! He just went flying. So no nonsense like that. Order! Order! Order in the court! I'm skeptical, counsel, that a grown man's body can fit inside even the largest travel trunk. It could. Because I happen to know that the witness himself, a man of considerable size, fits inside his trunk. And verifying that would be extremely simple, wouldn't it, Judge Jigoku? And don't lie, because we have 2 people that can testify for us and prove our point. We have Herlock Sholmes, and we have Professor Mikotoba. So lie. Please lie. I want you to lie. We got 2 people. 2 people. But inside his trunk? How horrifying. After we had spoken with you at the Great Waterloo Hotel, you had the opportunity to visit the apparent scene on Fresno Street. Taking your trunk with you in a cab to deposit the inspector's body. I don't have to listen to this nonsense. Tetagori, the coroner who examined the body, has confirmed the possibility. She acknowledged that there is a sign that steps may have been taken to disguise the true time of death. The onset of the body's decomposition could have been delayed by storing it in the refrigerator. Counsel, as I remember explaining yesterday, Strongheart, you have no room to talk. This is where the big boys to talk about. See your way out of it, buddy. We don't care about you. You want to cap and say, oh, we can't bring this out there. I think you have something to do with it, buddy, so shut your mouth. Refrigerators of the requisite size are few and far between. Yes, I'm sure they are. But one place they're certainly found is on the large ocean liners. Oh, you're shook, aren't you? Such ships are equipped with electrically refrigerated cold rooms to keep food fresh on their long sea voyages. And the SS Grouse is no exception. President Mikotoba told me about it only yesterday. Well, Judge Jigoku? However much you prolong this debate, you can't eliminate the truth. All the evidence points to you being the killer. Well, this is all very heartening. I can see that it was a wise move, letting Asogi and you embark on this study tour. What are you talking about now? Logical reasoning, of course. All court proceedings will be built on logical reasoning in the new century. And I can see that you've both laid firm foundations for that already.
Judge Goku, please stop diverting attention from the issue at hand. The defense has made an accusation against you. How do you respond?
Respond? There's really no need for me to respond, is there?
Why ever not?
Because before you can even begin to answer the question of when the victim was killed, you must first establish one key fact. Where was the victim killed? It's quite logical. He's out there gonna crash out. The actual scene of the crime? I mean, it could be anywhere, honestly. I mean, literally, we have a photograph of the victim. I mean, you could have just froze his body, make his body good, brought him out here. He probably would have been alive. Instantly could just stab him. Put him here. Congratulations. You got a victim that's dead. Because you probably just knocked him out. As you did. You did a take down throw. Boom. You put him in the daggone truck. He can't. Which I'm surprised. Wait, why could he move? Like, how hard did you have to throw him to make him unconscious for a while? And he froze him up. And then put him in there. Like, I gotta see how frozen that man was, though, for that even to happen. But okay. That seems a crime. The prosecution's stance is unaltered. The killing took place on Fresno Street when the gunshots was heard. As accused, Beric Van Zeeks shot the victim at point-blank range. Since no tangible evidence exists to disprove the prosecution's claim at this time, the defense's deductions amount to little more than an elaborate fairy tale. I'm afraid that's how logical reasoning that British known for really works, young stripling. Well, dude, we already got the proof. The victim was shot in the little room of Fresno Street and died instantly. I'm afraid it's the prosecution's claim. That's the only fairy tale here. How can you say that? Quite simply, because that claim directly contradicts a certain piece of evidence in our possession. Very tantalizing, counsel. I think you better had explained yourself to the court, don't you? Prosecution claims that the Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot at Fresno Street. This evidence could... Okay, yeah. The body. The photograph. A photograph of the victim in the very location you claim he wasn't killed. Yes, but the point is the posture of the body itself. If Inspector Gregson had been shot there in that room, it's out of the question that his body would be curled up in a ball like that. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but your logic is flawed. And on what grounds? Please tell me on what grounds. You could have easily adopted that fetal position due to the pain of the shot, but subsequently proved fatal.
Objection!
Buddy, I'm sorry to disappoint you, Judge Goku, but it's your logic that is flawed. What? According to this autopsy report, the victim died instantly. Not just, oh, he did that, and it went down. It's instant, which means boom, and gone. Not boom, and will move and then fall down. It says instantly. He would have felt no pain, much less have been able to draw himself in that position. Oh. Which begs the question of why the victim's body is curled up in that way. Though the answer should be abundantly clear by now. You're adjusting? The inspector's body took on that posture ahead of its arrival on Fresno Street, before it was even coldly turned out to be on the floor. From the inside of the large travel truck. No! You're quite right. The shape of the body looks exactly as if it had been kept in a confined space. Judge Goku, present your trunk for examination. I believe it's possible that it will contain traces of the victim's blood. Arr!
Present my trunk! I refuse! I refuse! What? On what grounds? Yeah, on what grounds? I'm the Minister of Foreign Affairs from the Empire of Japan. I shouldn't have to put up with this treatment just because of some stripling's baseless accusations. In other words, Judge Goku, there is blood in your trunk. I decline to answer that. As the Minister of Foreign Affairs, I have privileges that... Shut up. At this moment, you're not a government minister. You're a witness in a trial in Britain's highest court. I don't care who you are or what your status outside this courtroom might be. You will not withhold information. Nothing is more important than the truth. My turn to cook. Order! Order in the court! Well, Mr. Jigoku, what's it to be? You can't be serious! You did it? Have you no shame at all, Kasuga Sogi? What? Very well, I admit it. I did bring the inspector's body into the country. Inside my trunk, exactly as postulated by the defense. What? You... Dear God, outrageous! So it was you. You admitted to... No! I admit to nothing more than what I've said. Of killing the man, I certainly have no recollection. What on earth is that cryptic statement supposed to mean? I merely disposed of the inspector's body, which was left in my cabin, in order to avoid unwanted attention. As the judicial assistant over there pointed out, I had no chance to throw it into the ocean. So I decided my only option was to bring it to Britain with me and dispose of it somewhere else. You can't still deny it. If you did do it, then who on earth did kill the man? As you know, there was one other person in my cabin that night. He had the opportunity. Go ahead. Go ahead. Moreover, he already accepted the mission to take the inspector's life. Oh. Wait, did someone text me or anything? That's right! Who else could have been? It was you, Kazuma Sogi. You. I just want to look at this real quick. I'm looking at everything I can. He said he had every opportunity to do that. He had the blade right there. The tip of the blade is got scratched. It got tipped off. What else could I say? Because if he's gonna say it's him, and no one's gonna believe him. Only got like 3 things I can present, and some of them aren't gonna be all that great. I never thought you'd stoop this low, Seshiro Jigoku. You've taken the words straight out of my mouth, Prosecutor Kazuma Sogi. You thought by leaving the body in my cabin, you could pin the crime on me, did you? Well, the prosecution counsel has already admitted to visiting the witness's cabin on the night in question. Yes, on the assassination mission, no less. You wouldn't. So, what do you make of that, young stripling? You heard my testimony now, and that's all I have to say on the matter. I'll admit to nothing more. I don't believe this. Counsel for the defense. What is your position now? The court awaits your response to the witness' assertion. The assertion that on the night in question, the victim assailant was in fact Mr. Kazuma Sogi. This isn't... It seems to me. The answer's right in front of me. It comes down to Jigoku, or Kazuma. Both of them had opportunities to kill Gregson, but only one of them did it. I'm one step away from proving who. Very well, the defense is ready to respond to the assertion put forward by Judge Goku. The idea of the victim could have been committed by Prosecutor Zogi is impossible. Get that crap out of here. Judge Goku, let me remind you of something you said only a few minutes ago. You claimed that logical reasoning is the future of the judicial process. It is, no question. Well, logically reasoning can prove something here. Namely, that it would have been impossible for Prosecutor Sogi to commit the crime. And the beat's thumping now. What? The court will only accept an argument that is supported by compelling evidence. So present what you have, counsel. What proof is there allegedly demonstrates the possibility of Prosecutor Sogi's involvement? Let me cook real quick. We know. We see the trunk. We got this. So something must have happened here. We know this. But that's Gregson's trunk. Passport. It says Spectres. Gregson's thing. I can't mess with that. Sword right here. But guess what? We have this right here. The evacuation drill notice. And I'm gonna press it right here. Bow. This itinerary for crew members of the SS Grounds, my lord. This is conclusive proof. An itinerary? How does that prove anything? Judge Goku, the moment you acknowledge that you found the victim's body in your cabin, this itinerary suddenly became much more significant. What? Why? On the night in question, as always, a crewman sentry was on guard outside your cabin door. As long as he was there, nobody could have fired a shot inside the cabin. Absolutely, because it's inconceivable that the guard would have heard it to come and investigate. Would have heard it and come to investigate. So that tells us that the crime must have taken place when the guard was somewhere else. And that narrows it down to 20 minutes just after 10 o'clock, as indicated on the itinerary. Yes, I see no flaw in your reasoning so far. But the crucial point is this. When the evacuation drill took place, the steamship had already put to sea from the port of Dunkirk. Ah! Now, clearly the murder could only have been committed by someone who was aboard the vessel at that time. But Prosecutor Sogi stated in yesterday's proceedings, I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life, so I left Gregson and disembarked the ship. I spent that night at a boarding house in the town and returned to England the following morning. Which I'm sure the court will agree is conclusive proof that Kazuma Sogi couldn't possibly have carried out the killing. Gah! Hold it! No! Absolutely not! I don't accept that at all! What do you mean? The boy is just saying that to exonerate himself. We can't trust that he really disembarked that vessel. Obviously, after he left my cabin, he hid himself somewhere nearby on the ship. Just waiting for his chance to come back and finish the... Shut up. No, that's out of the question. Isn't it, Kazuma? As the defense rightly recalls, I disembarked the vessel and spent the night in the boarding house in Dunkirk. And as I said yesterday, I signed my name in on the accommodations register book. All extremely easy to verify and undeniable proof. There's no escape this time. You can forget that you're a judge or a government minister or any of that. It's time you gave the court an honest answer as a common man. Grrr. You killed the Inspector Tobias Gregson and transported his corpse back to Britain. When they dumped the body in the room of Fresno Street, It made it look like as if the murder had happened there. That's what really happened, isn't it? Seshiro Jigoku? It was that darned trial 10 years ago. That's when this all began. They better break that down. Looking back now, my fate was decided that day. I was doomed already. Ah! Dang! It's over! My life! It's over! That man really broke the foundation. I ain't gonna lie, that man was about to crash out. He said, "Great, appreciate it. That voice, that thing hit. It did kind of different. I'm not gonna lie to you." A British assassin to eliminate a professor in Japan. A Japanese assassin to eliminate a detective in Britain. Come on. There you go. Both the bro, what is with this chair? This chair is trash. Like, dang. Give me where the screwdriver at, bro? This thing sucks, bro. I don't care, bro. I don't care, bro. Just leave this chair like this. This chair sucks anyway. I'm reading my regular voice, though. Both assassins will use diplomatic immunity to evade conviction and return safely to their homelands. Okay, now there we go. Now I can read the regular voice. The assassin exchange request arrived from Britain about 1 year ago. Though it was hardly a request, it was a demand. And for that, you decided to recruit Mr. Asogi. But things didn't go according to plan. Your chosen assassin never made it to Britain. And you found yourself unable to dispatch a replacement. Because I was already on my way to Britain at that time in Casa's place. And that left me without only one option of her carrying out my obligation. To eliminate the mark myself, personally. Of course, there was but a single opportunity for me to do that. The International Forensic Science Symposium, I presume. That's right! I decided it would be the safest to carry out the plan before my arrival in Britain. So I listened to the help of my British counterpart. And made arrangements for a pretext that would take the inspector to Dunkirk. To lure the man in, he was given a sham mission by the Reaper. But what? The Reaper? But there's only one person that could have done that. The mastermind of the entire operation. The Reaper himself. Ah. So, that means the assassin exchange was all planned by the Reaper. I'm not at liberty to say anything about my British counterpart. Anyway, the inspector accepted the Reaper's missions and dutifully infiltrated my cabin on the steamship. But it was all a trap designed to lead him to France and his own death. Oh, how awful. It was past 9 o'clock when I returned to my cabin from the dining hall that evening. I didn't give him time to attack me. I choked him until he lost consciousness. But then there was a guard outside the door, so I left it at that for the time being. Even the slightest noise might arouse suspicion, so I bided my time waiting. For the 20 minutes after 10 o'clock. I had intended to finish him by strangulation, but moments before I had the chance, he suddenly came rounded for me in a reckless move. I'd received a British-issued gun 16 years ago earlier. Being a member of the judiciary as a visiting student, I never imagined I'd use it for something like that. So the revolver belongs to you, does it? I thought y'all obviously would have thought it was him. If it was anyone else but him. Unless it was someone else that was British. Then the victim was killed inside your cabin on the SS grounds, which begs the question of why you arranged for this body to be discovered in the room of Fresno Street. The young judicial assistant over there has already answered that question. There was no way I could have taken his body off the deck and thrown it out the side, over the side. So I see where all the crewmen were gathered for the evacuation drill. So before the first class cab sentries returned, I took the corpse to the refrigeration room. And then on arriving in Dover, you concealed the body in the trunk or to smuggle it past the border police. I knew I needed to take steps if the police were to be convinced when the body was found in London. In that case, you must have known. You must have had an intimate detail of Inspector Gregson's intended schedule. Yes, my British counterpart sent me everything I needed to know. The inspector was due at Fresno Street at 5 o'clock that afternoon, in order to meet a man by the name of Hugh Bone, from whom he would take back his police identification. I decided that man would be the perfect person to set up as the culprit. So I took a hackney carriage over there with the body still in my trunk. That must have been just after we took this photograph with you at the hotel then. Yes, I wasn't expecting a welcoming committee. I was more than a little nervous. On Fresno Street, I spotted a young girl selling little firecrackers. That would be Venus. Venus, of course. Conceived of the candle trick there, and then... So I donned a simple disguise and approached the girl to buy enough firecrackers to replicate a gunshot. What sort of disguise? For some reason, the inspector had a bright red hairpiece in his own traveling case. So I put that on, although I suspect I drew more attention to myself and than I would have otherwise. The hairpiece we found at the scene, Inspector had it ready for the red-headed league investigation. Only arrived at the room at around 5:15. So I quickly placed the body on the floor and moved the notice board and set up my little candle trick. I arranged it so the firecrackers would go off with a bang around 15 minutes later. So that Mr. Boone, who was due to arrive at 5, would walk straight into a trap. Except, at the last moment, I made a careless blunder. What was that? I imagine it was the bag of fish and chips. Yeah, indeed, because we all thought it was something different because it can't be like that. I didn't notice that he had fallen over his overcoat pocket when I moved the body to the refrigeration room. I put it back in his pockets following the morning, but... well, it seems the warmth of the heated cabin accelerated the decay of the fish. Anyway, that's everything. All the sordid details of what I did. I've heard enough. We've arrived at the truth about the murder, there we go, of the country's most capable and respected police inspectors. The witness will be tried in the coming days. Indeed he will. There we go. Sorry, I gotta give a second. Yeah, I did this. Sorry, I gotta do this. Trying to get that straight. There we go. Put it right here. For a crime of such a foul nature, you can expect the most severe penalty. There you go.
An exchange of assassins. What a foolhardy idea. Mr. Jigoku, one last detail. Who is your counterpart in Britain? Who was the mastermind behind the assassin exchange? Nothing you could say now can make anything worse for you. Just tell us.
Enough! I've already told you that I cannot say.
Even though as things stand, you may very well never set foot in your homeland again.
What are you talking for, or what are you waiting for? Can't we get this over with now? It's finished, all of it. I'm finished. Then, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I now pronounce the findings of this court. This man before us has admitted to the willful murder of Tobias Gregson. Satoshi Goku, it is in the opinion of the court that you should be found.
Oh, I thought they were doing it for my character. I was like, wait, what the heck?
And may I remind all of those present, the strict confidentiality demanded by this closed court.
I honestly thought he was doing it for my character. I was like, wait, what? I was about to go out there like, wait a minute.
Moments ago, Mr. Jigoku signed a written confession. Admitting to the murder of the Inspector Gregson and the subsequent conveyance of the body. In short, the defendant's innocence has therefore been established beyond doubt.
Oh, wonderful. Well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, thank you. Is there something wrong? Just a little troubled by his silence.
The true identity of the Reaper of the Bailey is extraordinary assassin exchange. We do remain in the dark about these mysteries. These mysteries are kind of crazy though. However, insofar as the indictment brought against the defendant in this trial, we have also reached a conclusion.
I have every intention of pursuing both mysteries. As a prosecutor.
As you wish. Now for the formal education. I hereby declare the defendant, Beric Van Zeeks.
Objection!
Bro, what are we doing? What are we doing?
The prosecution calls for our education to be deferred. Counsel.
Accused innocent hasn't been fully established at all.
And therefore it would be wrong to deliver a verdict at this time. That's the prosecution's unwavering position.
Well, what? But Judge Goku had already confessed.
Nevertheless, Beric Van Zeeks has committed crimes for which he must be punished. Well, it would appear you have information that the court needs to hear, Prosecutor Sogi.
Certainly. The murder of Inspector Gregson was actually carried out by Satoshi Jigoku. But it's clear from the witness testimony that he was coerced into complying with the plot. It's a sick, merciless assassins exchange. That may be true, but... So what I want to know is, who coerced Jigoku? Who was pulling the strings? Oh, and he thinks Van Zeeks did it. Okay.
The victim went to France, having been ordered on a mission for the Reaper, only to be murdered. In other words, the mastermind behind the assassin exchange is someone in a position to give such an order.
I mean, there's another person that could have did it that's a British man. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's on the tip of my tongue. I mean... Why don't we think it's him? I mean, bro, he can do it. Like, he got power. I think he got the most power out there, more than almost the Queen. Well, less than the Queen, but... Unless the Queen did it. Like, it's the Queen here? Did the Queen have to do this? Like, is the Queen or King here? Like, do they have a Queen or King in this thing? Who's the highest in power? Get them out here. As we already established, the Reaper himself. Well, certainly, that would appear to follow. The prosecution hereby formally accuses the man in the dock, Baron Van Zieks, of being the Reaper of the Bailey, and furthermore, I'm going to prove his guilt beyond all reasonable doubt. What? What? Order! Order! Order in the court! The Reaper of the Bailey is a long-standing mystery, Counsel. We suggested that you have some new information with which to build a case. Scotland Yard has already investigated Lord Van Zieks very thoroughly in that regard. We found no evidence whatsoever to substantiate the claim that he is the Reaper. Perhaps, but circumstances have now changed. What do you mean? It's already established. Crap, what the heck? Crap. There we go. Can't do that. It's already been established that the Assassin's Exchange was negotiated with Jigoku by the Reaper himself, which means we now have little lines of new questioning by which to identify definitively the man's identity. That is the prosecution's intention here. I must say I'm surprised by quite how tenaciously you appear to want me besmirch my name. You are guilty of an unforgivable crime, Lord Van Zieks, and I will bring you to justice for it, whatever it takes. That explains Cosmo's silence before. He'll stop at nothing to finish what Lord Van Zieks unwittingly started 10 years ago. Very well. While it's extremely irregular, I will, on this occasion, grant the prosecution further opportunity for witness testimony. The defendant will disclose any and all involvement he has had with the Reaper in the Assassin's Exchange. Thank you, my lord, for guiding me the court so wisely. Let's go then. I hereby declare this court to be in session for supplementary hearing. This man is here. Pray turn a blind eye to the discourtesy, as I verified that this foul and unremitting accusation hasn't soured the contents of my hallowed chalice. Lord Van Zieks, I first had to suffer a pseudonym of the Reaper 10 years ago now, and ever since that time I endured the weight of the implied guilt that's gone with it. So I welcome the chance to testify now and crush those allegations once and for all. Good. Then okay, I thought I said then let's just decide. I didn't hear the other part. Then let justice decide, Lord Van Zieks. The prosecution seeks to begin building its case by calling the accused to the stand as a primary witness, in order that he may answer the accusation brought by the prosecution that he is the Reaper of the Bailey. And what says the defense? Putting the defendant in the witness stand can be extremely dangerous. And Cosmo-sama is so emotional at the moment. He's not thinking logically. You're right that he's not himself, but I knew it would be like this. I'm carefully determined to face him, though, or face him through whatever might arise. as a lawyer and as a friend. Then that's what we must do. The defense has no objections, my lord. Very well. Defendant, you will take the witness stand and give formal testimony on the subject of your involvement with the Reaper in the assassin exchange. I thought I was going to say exchange, but okay, whatever. As you wish, my lord. Okay, let's go. Beric Van Zeeks. The Reaper and assassination exchange. Let's begin. I've never taken the life of another, nor have I instructed another to kill. I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was aware of Gregson's involvement. There we go. That's the reason why I went to Fresno Street that day, and how I came up to discover the body. The point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. Did you just cap? Did you just cap, sir? Because Gregson's right here. Van Zeeks is here. You got John H. Wilson here. I don't know if you want to say all that. I'm like, come on, why are we capping here? Why are we capping here? And you even prosecuted the case. Why are we capping? Why are we capping here? Like, come on. Clearly, therefore, there's no reason to suspect me of being behind the assassin exchange. There we go. So you deny all accusations by the prosecution. Let's go. Both that you are the Reaper of the Bailey and that you're in a mastermind the assassin exchanged. I acknowledge that the public at large believe me to be the Reaper. However, that's a fallacy, which I alone am in a position to forswear. Naturally, the prosecution believes the testimony just given by the accused to be untrue. We are Nosuke Naruhodo. Yes? Let me ask you, why are you here? What really brings you to this courtroom? A desire to uncover the truth. Even if the truth proves your client to be guilty? From all my experiences in this courtroom, I've come to realize something. The truth can't be hidden. Sooner or later, it will come out. So it's always my intention to work with my client in the pursuit of the truth. I want you to remember what you just said. Enough dilatory chatter. Counsel for the defense, proceed to cross-examine the witness. Yes, my lord. I know exactly what you're thinking, Kazuma. I know what you're just waiting to point it out. The contradiction you convinced lies somewhere within this man's testimony. But yeah, he already capped. He capped his butt off with that clit thing. Hey, buddy. You need to stop capping. You capped. I saw that capping right there. That capping is too much for you. Get that cap out of here, buddy. What is this? An autopsy report? Wait, that is 10 years old. From the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. What? My brother's autopsy report? I'm pleased to see the defense doesn't intend to run from the undeniable truth. Order in the court. What reason do you have presenting a 10-year-old autopsy report here, counsel? This is the autopsy report of the professor's final victim. Is an indelible link between Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson, and the defendant. Not that accursed name again. The professor. I personally researched all the court records relating to that case. I know that at the time, autopsy was considered sacrilege to the victim's soul. For a member of aristocracy like Lord Van Zeeks, well, my bad, Lord Clint Van Zeeks, it was unthinkable. But Lord Van Zeeks might be in a body bag soon, too. But someone implored the powers that be to allow the autopsy to go ahead, Inspector Gregson. He declared that he was certain he would obtain conclusive proof from that procedure. And it was Dr. Wilson who conducted the autopsy. His signature is clearly visible on the document. As promised by Gregson, the autopsy did indeed produce evidence. Evidence that conclusively proved Kitsusogi was guilty of the murders. In my brother's dying moments, he mustered all his remaining strength to leave that vital clue behind. Indeed. That was the key to indicating, or indicting, the professor for his crimes and the conclusive evidence that convicted him. It enabled Lord Van Zeeks here to avenge his brother's senseless death with a marvelous victory in court. I have this much water left, Chad. A marvelous victory, was it? I wonder if that's really true. What? Could the same be said if I turned out that the key piece of evidence in question was in fact fabricated? The inspector, the coroner, and the prosecutor all colluded together to cast an innocent Japanese man as a mass murderer and send him to his death. That's outrageous. And now, 10 years later, for some reason, the secret has been threatened and needed protecting. And needs it. But it's why the inspector and the coroner had to be silenced, isn't it? By someone in power in Japan and Britain. These are the two killers recruited for the assassin's exchange. There we go. Order! Order at once! 10 years ago, my father was convicted in this very courtroom as a mass murderer, to be sentenced to death. But it was all a sham, and I swore to myself that I'd prove it. Which is why I had to come to Britain, whatever the cost. You'll have to forgive me if I feel compelled to toast to this vengeful Nipponese's tenacity of purpose here. However, he who fails to quash his emotions in the courtroom has failed as a lawyer. Come on, Cosma. You know this won't wash. You're claiming your father was misrepresented in a trial that took place a whole decade ago. You must see that without evidence, that's nothing more than a wild accusation. As it happens, I have evidence. What? As the court has heard, I crossed the channels to France with Gregson on the 31st. I went with him to the pretext of being the assassin recruited to kill Sessero Jigoku. But my true intentions were to make the inspector tell me the truth. What truth? The truth about the evidence, and he acknowledged what I had already deduced. There's a closely guarded secret about what went on in that autopsy 10 years ago. What? A secret? I know nothing of any secret. While we waited for my supposed mark on Jigoku's cabin, I drew my clan's illustrious sword, Kuruma, for the inspector's eye. He very quickly understood what my true motive was. Right, I see. You're that Sogi's young lad, aren't you? And what? You're gonna cut me down with that thing? Is that it? That will very much depend on the answers you give to my questions. I want to know what really happened 10 years ago. The truth, that's all.
Before we get into it, let me make one thing clear. I still believe your father was the professor. There's no doubt in my mind. But unfortunately, back then, we didn't have the evidence we needed to make the crime stick. So, you admit it then. The evidence used in my father's trial was fabricated. It was for the good of the country. Anyway, I was just following orders. Orders? What exactly did you do? Speak! I'm not saying another word. Even if your life depends on it. That's right. Even then. So that's when the tip of the sword broke. Oh, Cosmo-sama. The result of Clint Van Zeek's autopsy were fabricated. The investigating officer, Gregson, and the lead coroner, Wilson, must have known about it. And then they can only have been ordered to pervert the course of justice, and that way by one man. The man leading the case of prosecution, Beric Van Zeeks. In other words, the defendant did have a cause to organize this exchange of assassins. Exactly. And as was established earlier, it has to be the Reaper himself who liaised, I don't know what it is, with Jigoku in Japan to arrange the exchange. So it follows that the Reaper's true identity can only be that of the man who stands accused in this courtroom today, Beric Van Zeeks. That's crazy.
Objection!
There we go, let's go. Kazuma Sogi. What you've just told the court, are you absolutely certain of your facts? Did Gregson really fabricate evidence for that trial 10 years ago? I heard it with my own ears. His shameful admission. In that case, I know. The name of the Reaper. What? What? Lord Van Zeeks. I gave no such orders. I know that for certain. Which narrows down the remaining possibilities to one. If Lord Van Zeeks isn't the one behind all this, then yes, there is only one other person who could have done something like that. So I was actually right. I was just trying to go out there because he's the only one that I powered that did it. But that is true. It is him. Oh, brother. I knew it. The moment I saw your face, I knew you were a killer. I knew he was a killer. I believe I know who it is too. You? I just had a feeling that this name was going to come up. The true identity of the infamous Reaper of the Bailey is none other than Mel Strongheart. That man has a big chin to save lives, but guess what? That man is a killer. Get that man! The only person who could have arranged the assassin exchange and manipulated the autopsy reports, or the results, is the Lord Chief Justice himself. Lord Male Strongheart. What? Lord Strongheart? Yeah, it's you, buddy. You know it's you. Yes. It's true that 10 years ago the defendant handled the prosecution of the professors in court. But he only took over the case after his brother, Lord Clint Van Zeeks, had been killed. And what happened though? Who gave him the authority to do that? Who was the first prosecutor in that trial? Male Strongheart. He said, "Go ahead, I'll let you have that. You convinced me enough." That was cap. Look at that man capping. He like, I'm like that. I can only assume that this is the most inappropriate joke in British judicial history. It ain't no joke, buddy. I'm on your head. I've been waiting to get you out of here, buddy. I'm finna get rid of you. Well, Lord Van Zeeks, 10 years ago, I was very new to my profession, but I had the burning desire to avenge my brother's death, so I pleaded for control of the case. The investigation at that point, supplication of the lords, to allow my brother's corpse to be examined. All of this I was given, the autopsy reports. It all came from you. Yep. All that. Because you were the first one that was a prosecutor at first, and then you gave it to him. So he should have no authority on that matter unless that was at the last second. I spent my life since then believing I was in your debt for the way you stood aside and let me handle the trial. But I see now, it was very much mistaken. I very much was. It's a hugely influential force that caused the inspector in the corner to break the law 10 years ago. The same force was still felt a decade later on the other side of the world by Seshiro Jigoku. Lord Strongheart, everything falls into place when we recognize that you are the Reaper of the Bailey. The court awaits your response, my lord. This may very well go down in British judicial history, but I assure you, it is no joke. Consider this a formal accusal by the defense. It doesn't warrant a response. A formal accusal? Don't be absurd. The defense's claims are utter nonsense, a wild fantasy at best. You're not going to defend yourself? You claim there was some wrongdoings with Lord Clint Van Zeek's autopsy? That's utterly untrue.
Objection.
But I heard it from Greg's own lips. He admitted it. And where is your evidence? He's bodied in a body bag. What? Gregson's dead now, unless you were thinking of summoning a ghost to the stand. But at this point, I see birds out there being called out to the court. Go ahead, call a bird out or something, for all I care. You mean to say... I forget how the system works in your little backward country. But in the... Oh my goodness, I'm getting a little too fast. But in the courts of British Empire, without evidence, this is no case. I have no intention of entertaining some wild fantasy that can't possibly be substantiated by anyone or anything. They are out there about to crash out. Better crash out. We got this, man. Order! Order in court! Following Inspector Gregson's murder in the light of Dr. Wilson's death as well. There's really no one left who can testify about the events of 10 years ago, is there? So that was the real purpose of this assassin exchange. This court has no business raking over the coils of a case that was concluded a decade ago. The accusal brought by the prosecution and defense is categorically denied. I take it there are no objections. Kazuma, he's more or less waited his whole life for this moment. Is there really nothing else we can do now? Like, I'm trying my best out here, man. I'm doing my best voice acting out there. I'm making him sound like a villain. I'm about to cook. Is there no one else or no other avenue we can go down in pursuit of the trial of what happened all those years ago? Bro, get the other dude out. Get the other dude that talks about medicine and stuff. If only there was someone who could testify about Clint Van Zeek's autopsy. There is someone, though. There is someone. Give me Katoba. Not the girl one, but give me the dude. Give me him out here. Bring him out. He's going to extraordinary lengths to cover his tracks. Even so, as far as dispatching an assassin all the way to Japan to ensure Dr. Wilson's silence. And Dr. Scythe, who won't say anything against Strongheart.
But there's still one ray of hope.
Objection.
Actually, there is one person who can still testify about that autopsy.
Don't be ridiculous. There is no one left. Who, Ryunosuke? Who? Tell me.
Kasuba,
Please. This trial can't end. Not yet.
I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it for the truth. The person the defense would like to call to the stand to testify about the autopsy of Lord Van Zeeks was none other than Eugen Mikatoba. He's a medical school professor that was there when he was there, so I trust that he knows something about it. And if he doesn't, then I'm just a stupid man that don't know what I'm doing in this game.
Take that!
Get me out here. Bring him out.
Heaven help us. Another Japanese? Is that all you people want to bring, apparently?
Like, dang, man. Stop. An expert in forensic medicine, my lord, Professor Eugen Mikatoba, 16 years ago. He came to London with Seshiro Jigoku and Genjin Asogi as a visiting student.
And what could his testimony possibly tell us?
Professor Mikatoba was the primary assistant during the autopsy in question. He was also the person who actually penned the report.
Incorrect! The autopsy was carried out by the coroner, Dr. Wilson. The report carries his signature.
It was the primary assistant's duty to keep a written record of the coroner's work during the procedure. In actual fact, the coroner merely read over the report at the end and signed it. In other words, Professor Mikatoba witnessed the entire autopsy from start to finish. The defense demands that Professor Mikatoba be summoned as a witness as a matter of urgency. Whatever really happened in this autopsy laboratory 10 years ago is something only he can tell us.
The defense's demand is denied. Get this bum off my court.
What? Professor Mikatoba is in London at this very moment. We could summon him to say it in minutes. No, of course he's not going to agree with it. Strongguard has no intention of summoning anyone who knows. He's too concerned about protecting himself.
Prosecutor Asogi, let me refresh your memory as you have seemed to have forgotten the prosecution's stance. Only minutes ago, you accused the defendant of being the Reaper and of the masterminding of the assassination exchange.
Right, I did, yes.
So present your evidence for those claims and make your case complete.
Aye. At this time, I don't have a requisite evidence, but that's exactly why we need the witness testimony.
The professor case is closed. There are no clues in the distant past that will bolster your argument today. I'm afraid to say, Prosecutor Asogi, that you will appear to be possessed by the spirit of your late homicidal father. Now, as I stated earlier, this court has already reached a conclusion with respect to the matter at hand. Inspector Gregson was murdered by Japanese Supreme Court Judge Seshiro Jigoku. And as for any hidden circumstances that may exist, they will be investigated in due course by the proper authorities.
But we all know what will happen. That they'll just give the mastermind the whole venture time to cover his tracks again.
By which you mean me.
Yeah, you.
Your punishment for this contemptible behavior will be decided at a later date. As for you, Prosecutor Asogi, you will be remanded following the proceedings, willingly I trust, since you gave your word. Ugh. This futile game of revenge is over. Young Master Asogi. Grr. That will be all. I hereby declare this trial to be over. Court is... Who said it? Oh. Mr. Scholes, the goat himself! Yeah! That's what we like to see! Yeah! This is no place for amateur detection, Mr. Sholmes. May I remind you that these proceedings are closed to the general public. You will leave the court at once.
Objection!
Mr. Sholmes was instrumental in the apprehension of Senseiroji Goku before he fled from Europe. The court should hear what he has to say. Lord Mel Strongheart, it's imperative that you refrain from bringing this trial to an end at this stage. Is it really? Why would that be? You need only recall your own words from the opening of the trial to answer that question, if I may. We will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Surely it can't be that the shock of being accused of being the Reaper yourselves has erased that from your memory, can it? The whole truth, sir, has already been uncovered. It would seem that we have a great many important members of the judiciary present here today. I put it to you, my dear fellows, should the trial end at this juncture? After all, why have you all been invited to attend? To not along to the what the heck is that word? Why are you giving me this crap? To prevarications of your superiors. Order! Order in the court! It seems to me that we stand before a door that leads to a new era of legal practices. A door that is ajar. Let us emerge from the shadows of a Reaper. Decade-long ascendancy. I'm about to put this thing on the charter. Give me a second. Maybe just put this up. Y'all give me a second. I'm gonna give you some water. Y'all give me a second. Okay, hold up. Can you stop doing that? Bro, I'm trying to, bro. Can I? Okay, y'all give me a second. There you go. I'm switching my controller real quick. I'm not gonna lie, y'all, chat. I might have the OST themes, bro. Like, I might have like the best OST themes because of the stage, though. I might have that like on this YouTube video along with it, though. Okay, though. Okay, we're good. There we go. Let's go. For you and you alone, my dear fellows, have the power to push this door open now. The auditors in the gallery have no rights to express an opinion on court proceedings. Silence!
He's right. The judge has absolute authority here. Yes, if he calls the trial to end, it must end. But will that really do? It says dark things occurring behind the scenes. Dark things indeed. Is there a single person here present that has been saying? What? What's? The trial should go on. Summon a witness. That's right. We need to clear this up before that young Japanese fellow is reprimanded. My lord, you're sure those present that you will cover the whole truth here? Vindicate yourself of this outlandish accusation. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. That's the very foundation of British law. A toast to my dependable colleagues in the gallery. On with the trial, on with the trial. Testify, testify, testify. Well, my lord, you hear the people calling you to testify. Bring people to testify. You heard the voices of the British justice, I take it. I think you'll find it rather awkward to silence.
The court will recess briefly. I have no intention of shrinking from these allegations. Bailiff, arrange the subpoena of the witness at once. As soon as the gentleman arrives at the courthouse, we shall reconvene.
A recess won't be necessary, my lord.
Pardon?
Mikatoba is a close friend of mine. He accompanied me today and is waiting in the antechamber as we speak. I do believe that he's been enjoying our little trip down memory lane, in fact.
What?
Professor Mikatoba is here in the courthouse? Mr. Sholmes, you didn't know this would happen, did you? My dear fellows, no one is in a better position to answer that question than you, surely.
I was just asking for the fun of it, you know. Well, I must thank you for your assistance in this matter, Mr. Sholmes. However, I need you to leave my courtroom. You are with no further use here. Kindly leave the courtroom at once.
But of course, in truth, I find myself rather busy now as a result of these developments. But Mr. Naruhodo. Ah, yes. I trust you have Iris's little lucky charm, would you?
Absolutely. It's in my pocket.
She sends her regards and a reminder. If you find yourself at a dead end, the ears are at yours at disposal. Just one tug, if you please. Oh, of course.
In that case, the trial will continue without delay. Bailiff, show the witness to the stand. So is Lord Strongheart. He's the Reaper of the Bailey. Where exactly is this trial going to take me, I wonder? Just how deep am I about to be plunged into the blackness of the abyss? Well,
I'm ready. I'm ready to head into the heart of the maelstrom and confront whatever horrors it tries to drown me down and under. A Thebe is a Thebe. There we go. Alright. Let's keep going, because I think someone said this is like the last one, I think. So let's see if this is the full finale. Why is she staring deep in his soul like, dang girl, hop off. Hop off his soul. I need your soul. And I'm not gonna lie, his voice is going to suck to do, so I will talk in my regular voice, or I'll talk into a little different manner, like, my name is Sosro Shechiko. Like, bro, like, what am I supposed to say about that? I'll try to make I have a different voice rather than the deep, dark voice, because that thing suck. Because my voice gonna be raspy doing that. So, witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Yujin Mikatoba. Actually, no, I gotta figure out how it makes sense. Yujin Mikatoba. Yeah, you know what? That might work. Yujin Mikatoba. Lecturer in forensic medicine at the Emperor Yumi University in Tokyo, Japan. Is she good? And Professor Mikatoba, the young lady beside you is... Ah. This is Dr. Maria Gori. Scotland Yard's practicing coroner, the daughter of Dr. Scythe, I understand. Yes, Dr. Scythe. I'm afraid I can't tell you why she's here. She's just appeared. Makes sense. I can't say that about that. You got that. You summoned this strange Japanese man as a witness to that autopsy? But you don't summon Mama? That makes no sense. She was there too. Yeah, but I'm sorry. Your mama's nothing but a liar. I'm not gonna hold you. That's about the size of it. And I'm not gonna lie to you, Miss Gori. Your mother, she's kind of working with this man. And if she and him are together, that makes things crap. That's not good for us. I've had her eyes boring into my side of my cheek constantly, whilst I was in the antechamber too. Poor man, the idea of it makes me shudder. Well, you know why she wants that daggone skin. The revelations about Dr. Scythe that came to light some days ago defiled the reputation of the entire judiciary. She was therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings. Amazingly good, thank you. The Ministry of Justice's decision on that is final. Well, we wouldn't want any more perjury to be committed, would we? Dang. The Ministry of Justice? Some questionable strings are being pulled, I think. Okay, so. I remember you, Dr. Mikatoba. I certainly never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances. Yes, it's been a long while, Lord Strongheart. The prosecution understands that you were a visiting student of forensic science in London until 10 years ago. That's right. I studied under Dr. Wilson at St. Sitters. So you were present at the autopsy of my brother, Lord Clint Fanseeks. I was, yes. I sent to Dr. Wilson with the entire procedure. Mama's far more skilled than any Japanese man. Well, Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion. And this autopsy report was actually paid by you, I believe. Yes, I noted all the doctor's findings, and we were done. He read through the document and signed it. Poor Mama, secondary assistant. She wouldn't have such a good view of all the innards.
So, Professor, do you just remember Inspector Gregson?
Yes, of course. If it wasn't for his insistence, Lord Van Zeek's autopsy would have never been happened. But he was absolutely convinced that it would reveal decisive evidence against Gitchin, you see. So Lord Strongheart had to entreat the nobility to allow it to take place. Do correct me if I'm wrong, my lord.
It was as a result of that autopsy that a mass murderer was apprehended as injustice was done.
But Gregson admitted it before he was killed. He admitted that the results of the autopsy were fabricated. You were there at the time, so you must testify. You have an obligation to tell the truth about what really went on. Absolutely. That's precisely why I'm here. And that's why I'm here too. Wait, why are you even here?
Very well then, you will give your formal testimony now, witness. Before you begin, a word of warning.
Oh?
You will state truthfully and accurately what you saw and what you had heard at the time.
I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord.
The moment your testimony verges on supposition, I will expel you from my courtroom. Remember that.
Do as you will, but I'm gonna cook up. You're not built like that. Alright, let's go. Far from my own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication of an autopsy results have been fabricated. That resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixed into heart. That I found a little strange. There was no other signs of internal injury, nothing questionable at all. It was just a beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach. Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying his assailants. I don't know nothing about this, so I gotta investigate everything, don't I? No indication, nothing to suggest fabrication? Professor McTopa, are you certain about that? Well, nothing that I could positively identify as such. Must just swear to it in a testimony. Ugh.
Well, that clears things up nicely. The only fabrication here, Asogi, has come from you.
What?
You claim that the inspector confessed just before his death, but that is fabrication.
No, he freely acknowledged it. I swear he did.
Freely, with the tip of a sword at his throat, the man was clearly at his wit's end. The court will give no credence to his confession that was uttered in obvious desperation. Quite simply, there was nothing questionable about the investigation of Lord Clint Van Zeek's death. And with this testimony we have, without question, uncovered the whole truth of the matter.
Alright, let's go. If I may, my lord. There was most certainly something questionable about it, and the whole truth does rather elude us, I feel.
I beg your pardon.
Well, you're obviously aware of the facts of the case. All four of the professor's previous victims died with an enormous beast was set upon them that ripped out their throats. Oh, such horrifying crimes! But curiously, the killer's last victim, Lord Clint Van Zeek's, suffered a different fate. Yes, you're right. He was stabbed through the heart with a sword.
That's enough! I believe I warned you about this, witness. I promise to curtail your testimony as soon as it enters the realm of supposition or speculation.
Very well, my lord. In that case, the defense will pursue a conclusion to this during the cross-examination.
What?
I have the right to cross-examine every witness after the testimony. And I fully intend to exercise that right.
Ryunosuke.
I'm afraid that even the presiding judge has no authority to contravene the letter of the law. And I'm sure every member of the judiciary present in the gallery would agree.
Yeah, you gotta accept it, bro. Very well. You may begin, counsel. However, the moment your argument strays from the established facts, I will not hesitate to bring the cross-examination to an end. Proceed with caution.
Oh my goodness. Yes, my lord. Well, I got no choice but to probably just, I don't know, press everything, because I don't know nothing.
We need some evidence. Alright. Alright, let's go. Why was those? I was like, crap! Oh, jeez. That crap feels like, ugh. I think I got strangled. Alright, so what I'm gonna do for his voice, I'm gonna have to just make his voice just same. From my own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication of any autopsy report or of the autopsy reports or results having been fabricated. Impressive.
Hold it!
Let's go. You couldn't say. No, sadly not. But then you couldn't say there wasn't any indication either, could you? No, true, I couldn't. I was at Dr. Wilson's side as he performed the procedure, recording what he did. But at times, of course, he instructed me to fetch implements and such like. Whilst I was away from the operating table, obviously I could have missed something. And at those times, what was the secondary assistant doing?
Following this Japanese man's orders to adjust the lighting or pass him implements.
You look very lovely, ma'am. You look very lovely, though, but you can stop staring at my face.
But it doesn't mean Mama wasn't a vital part of the team.
Quite.
Yes, so would you kindly refrain from staring at my cheek like that? I mean, I know I look good, but dang, I'm not that good looking.
Professor Migatopa, think! Was there nothing at all that seemed out of place to you?
Well, yes, there was, as a matter of fact.
I'm gonna go ahead.
Hold it!
Let's go. In all the previous 4 killings attributed to the professor, the victims were killed by an enormous dog. I believe their throats were well mauled.
Correct. And yet Lord Van Zeeks was stabbed.
Do you mean to say you think Lord Van Zeeks may not have been one of the professor's victims? There is no basis on which to doubt the findings of the investigations carried out at the time. But Kenichisoki confessed to all his crimes upon his arrest. Dude, Edgeworth did the exact same thing, and congratulations. What happened to Edgeworth? He was good. Unless it's actually, this is technical before that, so I can't say nothing about that. But come on now. He admitted to having taken the lives of all 5 members of the aristocracy. Excuse me. Yet the beast that was used to carry out the killings was never identified. No evidence was found to suggest that Genshin had ever kept a dog. A true hound, you know. There are no others. Okay, yeah, we already read that. So let's talk about that. But you weren't actually present at the autopsy yourself, were you, Dr. Gory? Does that matter? Well, I just wonder how useful your testimony could be in that case, really. I mean, it would be different if your mother, Dr. Scythe, would understand, but I read all the paperwork about the case, and Mama's told me the story countless times. The statement I just made is exactly what's written in the autopsy report. I did confirm that myself at the time. It's true, besides the stab wound, there was no other signs of internal trauma. I see. Mama told me all about it. Oh. She said there was nothing of note internally. But they did find an amazing piece of evidence. Something unbelievable. Unbelievable? What do you mean? Come on, Dr. Gory. What was it?
Hold it!
Okay, let's go. What was it exactly, though? What exactly was it, though? What does beautiful but dangerous mean? Well, it was sparkly and round with a hole, as it might slip over a finger, perhaps. It was a ring. Belonged to Kitchen Asogi. My father's ring was inside the victim's stomach. That makes no sense! But okay, go ahead. At the time, Kitchen wore a large ring on the digitus quartus of his left hand. The fourth, or ring finger. Just say fourth, the fourth ring or the ring finger. I mean, the fourth finger on the ring. They come on now. Or the ring finger, it don't really matter. So, I'm assuming he's referring to this right here. And not this one, but this one right here. The ring finger, I don't know. Like where you put your ring up there, you know, like. I say, I understood it was some sort of keepsake. When my father left Japan for London 16 years ago, I was 8 years old. But I remember that ring. Okay, you do. My father's possessions were sent to the family home in Japan after his death, but the ring wasn't among them. Obviously not. It was a key piece of evidence. It remains under lock and key in the stores at Scotland Yard to this day. After the autopsy, Gitchen was summoned by the police to check for the presence of his ring. It wasn't on his hand, of course. Moreover, there were deep abrasions on his finger where it had been pulled off. Since I saw trying to snatch that thing. They arrested a man there, and then right before my eyes... How could they? I brought the ring along with me today. What? Here it is. A bit dusty from years in the store. Good gracious. Yes, that's it. I haven't seen that in 10 long years. And that was found inside the victim's stomach? Aye, yes, I'm afraid so. You investigated there, Professor Migatoba. Should we read something into that? Ah, well, it's just that thinking back now, I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the victim's body. Oh my, really? That precise moment, Dr. Wilson had asked me to fetch him a new scalpel, you see. Dr. Gory, the removal of historic evidence from the stores requires my consent, does it not? However, it came to be here. The court cannot deny that this is crucial evidence for today's proceedings. Very well. We may submit it. Yeah! Give me that, dummy! Yeah! It's not the sort of ring normally seen in Japan. It almost looks like a claw protecting that jewel. Let's examine every piece of it carefully, Miss Naruhodo. Very carefully indeed. Okay, let's just look at it then. These fat claws are doing a good job protecting the
equally fat gemstone in the middle ring of this ring. Yes, if you were clumsy, you could give yourself a rather nasty cut on them, I should think. Ow. Now my finger's bleeding. The claws really are sharp. Oh my, that was very quickly clumsy, Miss Naruhodo. Even for you. Who would make such a dangerous ring? You couldn't swallow it without doing yourself some serious damage. A sticky mochi bun about that size would go down much better. With some red bean paste in the middle. Someone as close as me would probably manage to choke on it somehow. Anything here? Anything here? Anything here-ish? Nah, nothing here-ish, nothing here-ish. Anything at the rim of it that I need to know about? Nothing at the rim that I need to know about. Good. Anything about the gym in particular? Nothing about the gym in particular. Okay. Yeah. So just text me. Question though.
Objection.
I want to ask about that. How is there no other injuries though? That thing, you can't bite that thing. If that thing is in his stomach, someone has to put a hole in the stomach to put it in there. There is no way this man is out there not messed up. Because I'm sorry, the moment you eat that thing is messing up your insides or something. The court has heard that the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach. But you didn't actually see it being removed, did you, Professor Mikotoba? That's right, as I said in my testimony before. At that moment, I was fetching a replacement scalpel that Dr. Wilson had requested. In other words, you can neither confirm nor deny whether this ring, in fact, really came from the victim's stomach or not. What are you suggesting, counsel? That the ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with. It's entirely feasible that Dr. Wilson fabricated that detail about the autopsy. What are you saying? That Dr. Wilson was in possession of the ring in advance, after it somehow was stolen. I mean, it was somehow stolen from Mr. Sogi, and he produced it during the procedure, pretending to have found it there and then in the victim's stomach.
Objection.
Supposition at best. What possible events or evidence do you have to support such a rash claim? This evidence right here. That's the autopsy report. It's explicit in the report, counsel. Other than the ring, nothing unusual was noted internally, so I'm not sure how you intend to prove your point. That's the point. You've already done it for me, my lord. The lack of internal injury says it all. What? Dude, do you not see how this ring looks? The moment you go and put that in your stomach and eat that thing is giving you some sort of internal damage or something. To swallow a ring of this size would require considerable effort and determination. And in addition to its size, there are sharp claws on the rounded gemstone to contend with. My brother was a determined man, on the brink of death even more so, I'm sure. He would have stopped at nothing to ensure that evil killer was brought to justice. But if he really swallowed that enormous ring, though, he would have some sort of damage there, internally. It's inconceivable that there's no traces of a passage down his throat would have remained an internal trauma. No. Thank you. And there you arrived at the sticking point. That's precisely why I had my doubts about the findings myself 10 years ago. Then why did you say anything at the time? I did. I still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson in the laboratory that day. Look at this! Well, this is a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach, would you say? But isn't that rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson? What's that now, Mikotoba? Well, if he swallowed a ring of that size with those sharp metal claws that it has, surely you'd expect to see the damage to the throat and esophagus torn mucosal membranes at the very least. Dr. Mikatova, may I remind you that I have vastly more experience than you. I'm terribly sorry. I can think of plenty of ways to explain why no injuries would be seen. No, let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested the item as evidence to identify his assailant. Go ahead, write it down. So I was right. Dr. Wilson deliberately fabricated the result of the autopsy to implicate my father. I'm disappointed, Counsel. That argument is nothing more than speculation. What? Dr. Wilson was Britain's leading authority on forensic science and autopsy work. Bro, and Courtney Sykes at that time was out there doing work and cooking up the league, and guess what? We got her arrested. There's no scientific basis on which to doubt the man's expert opinion. Pardon the interruption, my lord, but damage to the mucous membrane of the throat is easily identified even in living subjects. Using a device called an endoscope recently demonstrated in practical use in France. I want one. The government can pay. I don't think so. And Dr. Gorey, rest assured that your removal of evidence from the store without permission will not go unpunished. We open up the dead to find the truth. I beg your pardon? What are you talking about dead people for? But Mama, she chose to stitch her corpses up with all her secrets inside. That's wrong. Dr. Gorey, it's looking as though she's chosen to walk a different path to her Mama. It's like, Yes, the ring. What about the ring? I just remembered something. An earlier incident. Y'all give me one little second. Alright, here we go. Oh, there we go. I've just remembered something. An earlier incident. What incident? The one I recounted to you before, about a memory I have. Of Genshin Asogi saving my life. What? My father saved your life? Yeah, okay. If I want to, I'll read it in my regular voice here, because what I'm gonna do is any flashback, I'm gonna read in my regular voice. That makes my voice a little better, and I can do it quicker as possible. Give me a second. Hey, Dad.
Hey, Kyle.
Alright, let me see. Can I hear myself? Before I start. Alright, let me see. Can I hear myself? Yeah, okay, perfect. Alright, I had to make sure I could hear myself before I even start this thing, because this ain't be all nonsense. It was 10 years ago on a foggy night. Gitchin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. All of a sudden... Okay, now we can go here. Don't make a peep. You come with us. All of our assassins were armed with pistols and their faces obscured by scarves. Next thing I knew, there was a silence all around. Kitchen laid on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He shielded me. It was on the the ring finger on his left hand that he used to wear that ring. Ah, are you saying? I've always believed those thugs were after me. But now, I'm starting to question if perhaps I was an intended target after all. Wait, but... Kitchen was arrested 2 days after that attack. In that short interval, the decisive evidence needed to indict him was miraculously found. You mean, ring was stolen from him? Think that's what those thugs were after that night? I mean, it's possible.
Objection.
You pathetic coward! You expect me that you weren't involved? What do you mean by that? It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who took it. You stole my father's ring. You set the whole thing up so you could paint him as the mass murderer and have him... Kazuma. Open your eyes. Ryunosuke. You must know deep down. The truth can be completely obscured even when your judgment is only slightly clouded. But at the moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog. Is that why you were so insistent I should be present in this trial? To see you like this? Well, this is a music spectacle. What a grandiose expression on your face, as if you were Lady Justice herself. It seems you've thoroughly convinced yourself of this alleged fabrication of the autopsy results. So much so that you're apparently blind to a blatant contradiction that was born out of it. What? Though it's extremely hard to believe, let us imagine that there was some misconduct during the autopsy. If that were the case, why would Asogi not have disputed the findings in his trial? Because you literally can control him. What the heck? Dude, you have power. You have the power to do whatever you want, honestly, and get rid of him. So, I mean, what's the point? Oh. I mean, don't you have, like, the will papers and stuff? I mean, we have will papers. I mean, we have this missile nose. We have all that stuff, honestly, so I mean, hey. In a closed court hearing 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied the claims against him. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zeeks? Yes, that is indeed correct. Upon hearing the verdict of the guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment. The action of a man who has accepted responsibility for his deeds and is resigned to his fate. But then... Oh my! That is very strange. If Mr. Soki did nothing to oppose the charge against him, then... That would surely mean there was no fabricated evidence. An obvious conclusion at which you should have arrived many minutes ago. Prosecutor Sogi, your twisted loyalty and clouded judgments are hampering your ability for logical thinking or thought. Genshin Asogi's silence at his hearings could mean only one thing. There was no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago.
Who the heck just texted me? There you go. Sucks. But if that autopsy was all above board, there'll be nothing to stop Lord Strongheart bringing this trial to an immediate conclusion. Go ahead, Cosmo.
Thank you, Ryunosuke. If it wasn't for your frank words just now, this trial may very well have ended prematurely.
Cosmo?
What's this latest absurdity, Council? My lord, your reasoning is perfectly sound, but for one giant hole, I beg your pardon. You claim my father's silence was due to the fact that there was no fabricated evidence, but there is another possible explanation. You've overlooked the possibility that he had a reason for maintaining that silence.
Objection!
Silence that would lead him to be convicted and sentenced to his death. The autopsy report were an invention. There's no conceivable reason why the man would have protested.
Objection!
Oh, those results were an invention, alright. There's no question of that. Or are you forgetting that two people with a connection to that autopsy have been assassinated? If I force the grievances I feel for my mind, I start to see you in a very different light. I think perhaps it's you that's been living in delusion these 10 years. Me.
Cosmo must created one last chance for us here, Mr. Naruto. We show him there was really a reason why his father was in the trial, reason why the man would have said nothing even though he was innocent. Could it have been some part of a negotiation, perhaps?
Enough rhetoric. The court must now be shown evidence. What proof do you have that possibly could explain Asogi's silence?
Obviously, because Chief Warder Daily was there and stuff. And when everything happened, there's a jailbreak that was prior to that. So he could have got away with that. And it says right here, in the last part, it says, it believes that the convict engaged in some sort of negotiation with prison staff in order to secure assistance. So this is the best thing I can go for. It's true that Genja Asogi's silence during his trial resulted in his conviction. Are you serious, bro? You need to stop doing this. Try to see the thing. There we go. I had to move this thing because this thing's acting weird. Okay, but that didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary, it led to his escape. An escape that was only possible because he was sentenced to death. Although I find it hard to believe my father would have negotiated in that way, the defense is correct. A fake execution, falsification of a death certificate, and a jailbreak inside a coffin. Clearly such an elaborate plan couldn't have been carried out by my father alone. He must have had the help of a collaborator from the judiciary. I have here the dismissal note since the chief warder who was working in the prison at that time. The notes read, there's an indications that the jailbreak was planning prior to an inmate's incarceration. In other words, there was a suggestion of some sort of negotiation between Mr. Soki and the British government. In exchange for his silence in court, he was given assurance that he would be broken out of prison. Yes, with a sort of clandestine agreement in place, I can imagine he would have kept very well quiet. I would go further than that, in fact. I would say that the elaborate jailbreak of Mr. Soki can be explained in no other way.
Order! Order in the court! First fabricated evidence, and now a jailbreak conspiracy!
Of course, because it's all intimately linked.
The prosecution wishes to summon new witnesses to the stand. Witnesses? People who can testify about the jailbreak that took place 10 years ago. Ah. Governor Caden and the poor chief warder of the prison? I won't allow this trial to turn to a farce. To summon the governor of the prison after all these years. Oh, it wouldn't be any trouble, my lord. What? Father. My dear friend may appear to be a little rattle-pated at times, but I can assure you, he's extremely thorough. He's wired both Barclay and the local prison earlier. Asking Governor Caden and Mr. Vigil to attend the Old Bailey as a matter of extreme urgency. Sholmes did that? Oh, are you telling me that? Both men are, unless I'm mistaken, waiting just outside the courtroom at this very moment. Hey there! My lord, you must permit this trial to proceed as you declared as its outset. You promised that we would stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Very well. Bring in the witnesses. Make no mistake, I too would like nothing more than to lay this business to rest once and for all. I like how he's just out here like, okay, whatever. Will the new witnesses state their names and occupation for the court, please? Baron Caden, Governor of Barclay Prison. Everyone calls me gossip. I saw jaunty little tidbits by passing by. Your other persona, if you don't mind. Oh, I do beg your pardon. Of course. Yeah, shut that up. My name is Daily Vigil. I used to be the chief warder at the Barclay prison. That's better. The reason you've been summoned here to court today is to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called professor 10 years ago. There you go. Losh, the professor? We've already been through all this before. A decade ago, the conclusion was that there wasn't anything untoward happened. A convict escaped from your prison, Governor. Hardly what I'd call nothing untoward. The convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he was allegedly executed. He escaped the prison inside his own coffin. A plan of that complexity, could never have been carried out without the help of somebody of influence inside the prison. There we go. Make sure my diagonal thing is good, because like this thing got too weird. Alright, there we go. Governor Caden, I don't imagine that the passage of time will afford you any protection. If it turns out that you were involved in the plot to break Zorsogi out of your prison, then of course, the consequences will be very serious. In all likelihood, a capital punishment. Gods, hold on there, laddie. All I did was witness Governor Caden. Yes, sir. You have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country. A great responsibility to shoulder. The significance of your testimony in court cannot be understated. Therefore, think carefully before you speak. And Prosecutor Asogi, if you threaten to witness again, you will be held in contempt of court. Sharkheart, I will slap the taste out your sorry tail mouth. My apologies, my lord. There's no disputing the fact that the intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly you were both involved in some way.
So you will testify before the court now and explain exactly what took place. Very well. Let the witnesses give their formal testimony. Tell the court everything you know of the plot to break Asogi out of Barclay 10 years ago. There you go. The jailbreak prison. Or the jailbreak plot, my bad. Why I say jailbreak prison? Bro, like, my brain is already messed up. I've been here for straight up 3 hours. And this game ain't done yet. My brain is cooked. Daggone Asogi out there still thinking, let's out here, bro. I'll try to get this all done right now so I don't gotta play it tomorrow. The jailbreak plot, let's just get out the way. It was the day that Japanese jock was found guilty. How's he a jock? I'ma shut up. How you doing, Raph? How you doing? The director came from the prosecutor's office. I assigned the convict to the chief ward of vigil here, and put the plan into action behind the scenes. I was responsible for Asogi right up until the night of his execution, but I know nothing of the plot. Alright, that's fine. Alright, I can work with that. I'll make something work. I did not care if there was some negotiation between the convict in the prosecutor's office. All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's Great British Empire. Okay, good. A directive for the prosecutor's office? Are you saying that that was the jailbreak plot? Aye, that's right. Who said it? Who authorized that plan? Bro, you know it's daggone strong card. I did not can that. You say you don't know? Listen, there wasn't a thing about that professor case that was unusual in some way. I did not ask any questions. I just did what I was told to do. More than that, I could not tell you. I see. But if the jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office, then one thing is very clear. As suspected, there was a clandestine dealings going on between Mr. Asogi and that office. The jailbreak was promised in exchange for Mr. Asogi's admitting to crimes he didn't commit. But he was still killed though. But yeah. That, counsel, is nothing more than speculation on your part. So, let me ask the defense. Oh, yes, my lord. I fail to see how these witnesses have any more pertinent information here. Do you intend to assert your right to cross-examination? Yes, I do. Absolutely. I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord. It seems all you Japanese are fiercely tenacious. Very well. Proceed, counsel. Well, I'm gonna have to. If I don't, the trial is over, you dum-dum. Shut your stupid tail up. Asking me that dumb question. Oh, do I want to cross-examine? Yes, I cross-examine everything! Alright, I didn't really read it fully, but, let's see. Okay, so that's all he can say is, oh yeah, they were in office, okay. Uh-huh. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna press 5, but I'm a I don't know. I'm gonna just press 5. I'm gonna see if 5 works out. Okay. Okay, what was your duty though? Let me ask you, what was your duty? Did you carry out the plan to its... Oh, that's actually a perfect idea. A perfect question. Did you carry out the plan in its entirety? I did everything I could at the time.
As you know, Gijin Asogi was shot dead in Lowgate Cemetery after the escape. Tell me, was that part of the plan too? My instructions were to do with getting the drug out of jail and nothing more. I cannot tell you anything about what happened after that only. Personally, I believe his death was the last part of the plan.
Excuse me.
Without him. Mr. Vigil, is something wrong out here, bro? You out there acting like you little doozy out here, bro. Little doozy out here. What's wrong? Yes, sir. What can I do for you, sir? He's saluting now. What is it? Some sort of Barclay convention? What Governor Caden was just saying seemed to upset you. Did it bring something to mind, perhaps? For the last 10 years, I've completely blotted out the memories of that time from my mind. I was betrayed by my superiors in the name of her country, or in the name of my country. Just as my father was betrayed, it seems. But you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine that the shooting of Mr. Asogi Cemetery was ever part of the plan. What makes you think that? Well, it just doesn't make sense, does it? To make the man admit his crimes he didn't commit, the prison of the jailbreak, only to kill him in the end? That's treachery of the worst kind, but the point is, if the intention was always to betray him, why would there be any need for the chicaneries of an escape? Yeah, that's true. Like, yeah, you would just go out there and put him in the jail cell and then just shoot him. Like, seriously, it would make no sense. That is true. Yes, that's quite true. Whoever negotiated with Asogi never intended to keep his or her end of the bargain. It would have been far simpler just to let the man be executed in prison as dictated by his sentence. Agreed. It all happened in that vast chamber of secrets that's at Barclay, behind the high prison walls. Suppose nobody knows what really went on in the execution room now. Yes, it's an unsettling mystery, certainly. Okay, do this real quick. Okay. Truth be told, there's a wee matter that's never quite made sense to me. Go ahead. If you believe there was some kind of negotiation behind the jailbreak between Asogi and the body at the top, it does not quite add up, does it? Governor Caden, I must insist that you explain these doubts that you have by amending your formal testimony. Gods. Hey, go on then. It seems to me that Japanese people did not have nothing to bargain with. He has papers. Anything else? Anything else I'm thinking about? Nope. Only papers? Okay, good enough.
Objection.
Papers it is. Like, bro, really? Why are you gonna say that dumb thing? Bro, he literally had paper. He was literally writing stuff down. Like, come on. Even Vigil just said, oh yeah, he had the papers and he didn't know what was going on. Come on now. Confessing under an oath to murders he didn't commit on a verbal assurance of later being broken out of a prison. Gijin Asogi was taking an incredibly risky gamble. Very true. There was nothing to stop the British breaking their words and executing him behind closed doors anyway. Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that. Which means that Mr. Asogi must have had a trump card. Something that guarantees he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon. Others, the fellows could not have possibly have done anything like that. But you know that he did, Governor.
The Soki papers. They've given to the last will and testament of Gitchida Soki. Ah! It turns out that Mr. Soki was hiding his will in his cell at Barclay. See where Vigil caught him with it one day. You squealed, didn't you, you wee rat? Did I not tell you to keep that a secret? You can't touch me now. Gah. When Mr. Vigil caught sight of that will through the bars of the convict cell, Mr. Soki pleaded with the warder. Alright then, but what's on that paper? A last will, a testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. Okay, buddy, go ahead. A weapon? And after the convict had been killed following the elaborate pretense of the jailbreak, that document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it? Well, yes. All the prison warders searched through the belongings in the cell, but that will just nowhere is left to be found. Disappeared. And I understand it. An exhaustive search was made for the document, which became known as the Asogi Papers. Governor Caden, I believe you ordered your prison staff to find at all costs, didn't you? Eh? Would I be right in saying that you knew? You knew that the so-called Asogi Papers had the potential to make great waves somehow. Jinx, what the blazes are you blathering about? The will was found, right to the plopper. And the fellow said it would be. But how can that be? Where in the cell? We all searched the place from top to bottom. Well, you didn't do a proper job, you pilly wally golop. You can't criticize me now. I showed it to you before. Do I know you're not your lawyer? Yes, you did. I have the documents here. It's written in Japanese and reads, "The last will and testament of Gitchida Soki," which means everything is as it should be. Not quite, my lord. You see, there's undeniable inconsistency here, which I think we all know about. What? What inconsistency? Go ahead, man. Mr. Soki described this document as the only weapon he had. And yet, this will contains nothing of significance at all. Nothing that would have given the convict any leverage. Are you suggesting, my learned friend, that the last will and testament stored at Barclay Prison all these years is actually a fake? As he clearly been demonstrated already. Or as was. What went on in Barclay Prison was far from above board. That last vilification by the offense was an affront to the entire British legal system. Well, go ahead. The third notion of a weapon is something for which we have only the former chief warder's word. The man could have quite easily been lying, or at the very least sorely mistaken. Okay, let's say if he was lying, right? Then what? Then what? Congratulations, what are you gonna do? Arrest him and what are you gonna do? Beat him up again? Throw him in jail? Then what? Then what, buddy? Then what? What? No! I definitely heard him say that, I swear! Clearly we need to get to the bottom of this. We didn't know exactly what happened with these so-called Asogi papers. A waste of time. If the will was fake, where is the real document?
Objection!
You could have threw it anywhere else, bro. This Vigil was stabbed in the back by the judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything. Very nearly his own life. And now you're going to do it again. You're ready to brand him a liar and turn your back on him without even letting him defend himself. It's clear that Barclay's hiding something. It's clear that that jailbreak was masterminded by someone in the prosecutor's office. It's clear that something illicit negotiations took place. Is your lordship just going to gloss over these obvious facts?
What did you say?
We'll hear more from the chief warder. There you go. The trial must go on. The man's voice must be heard.
It would seem that the vocal few here are utterly blind to the truth. Very well then. Let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw of the convict's last will and testament.
Testament. Wait, I was right. I was going to say testament. I was actually going to say testament. I was just stopped because I was like, so mess up again. Yes, sir, my lord. I was going to be like, I hate it here. But, yeah, let's go. As the warden responsible for condemned victims, or convicts, my bad, I attended to Mr. Asoki and kept watch over his cell. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with the will in his cell. We turned the cell looking inside out looking for it after execution, but to no avail.
I only found out about the Soggy papers when the detective came to me, telling me to unbound them.
The document was in the folds of a fellow's robe that was in his cell, a kimono, I think it's called. It is kimono? That's a lie! We searched every inch of the man's cell, and we looked through his clothes. It can't be true.
Were you not satisfied with calling me a liar the once?
Eh? You weak Wappinger? There's nothing you can do about it now. You don't have a hold on me anymore. Other than the way you hold, like the take on my cravat, of course. Is that what you're gonna do? Is it? Are you gonna give me a good shake again, or are you too scared? Gah! Little and large, what a double act!
We complied with Asogi's will as far as possible. All his personal effects were delivered to his family in his homeland, in Japan. It's a courtesy to a homeland of the most notorious killer of country has ever seen.
And we were much obliged. We confirmed that all my father's belongings arrived safely.
Aye, and you cannot deny the handwriting is that of your own man's, eh?
Yes, there's no mistake about it. It's my father's brushwork. Really?
In this last will statement, or
testament. I keep saying statement. Oh my goodness. Testimony, statement. I can't say testimony like that. I just want to say a testament. Like, testify at this point.
And testament was the man's last weapon, was it?
I think we can safely assume that the convict was merely prattling, knowing that his end was nigh.
So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please.
Yes, my lord. Alright, hang on. Someone else. Someone else. I think someone else texted me about something else. I'll answer that text later. Alright, there we go. Okay. Okay. Okay, it says in a kimono. Okay, tell me more about that kimono. Tell me more about the kimono. Mr. Asagi's kimono.
Hey, that's the one he brought with him when he was locked up.
Yes. He was meant to have his personal effect with him during his incarceration. I understand.
That's right. He was granted as much freedom as possible during the few days before his execution.
Indeed, he had a number of items of personal significance, I remember. Okay. I'm gonna do it. Okay. He was very reluctant to part with them. Some books, that kimono, and a sword. A sword. Kurama, the famous sword of the Soki clan. It bears the soul of my family. I don't doubt it, but I wasn't really getting at that. Wearing the sword of the clan, could the man have been a more obvious weapon? Have some respect, Ryunosuke. Respectful silence? The warders carry firearms all the time, and the inmates shackles around their ankles. He couldn't have hurt anybody with that thing. Still, there's a lot of sword, but no writing materials? Hey, he wrote that will before he came to stay with us at Barclay, you see. Dr. Mikotomo was asked to bring the necessary Japanese writing implements to the prosecutor's office. A Suzuri ink stone, black sumi ink, and some Hanshi rice paper, no doubt. Wait. It says recent scarlet ink stain visible on with the left ring finger. So unless that finger been out there just getting hit by some ink the entire time, what's going on with this? What's going on with this? Anything else I need to know about? I was pleasant when he wrote it, but I'm sorry to say the letters just look like scrolling mass of jet black earworms to me.
Excuse me.
Excuse me, sir. Are you feeling faint, Mr. Vigil? Mr. Vigil! Sir! It was Scarlet, sir! What? So, can I just present this? He said Scarlet. Can I just present this? Can I just present this? Like, lady, present this over, like, I gotcha. Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to blurt it out like that. Less swaying and more explaining would be helpful. Is there something about the testimony we just heard? Have you recalled something of importance? Something of importance? Possibly or possibly not? I'm unable to tell which way he's leading, I'm afraid. My lord, the defense asks that Mr. Vigil be permitted to supplement his testimony with this possible or possibly not important detail. Permission granted. Go ahead, Mr. Vigil. Yes, it was Scarlet. As I remember it, the document was written in scarlet ink, but perhaps I'm mistaken. No, you're not mistaken at all, because that document is probably this right here.
Objection.
Scarlet-colored writing is what you said you thought you saw, Mr. Vigil, right? And I believe that's exactly what you did see. What? How was a gun? You've no evidence to say that. Yeah, I do. Have a look at this report. That's my brother's autopsy report. Yes, and there's something in here that's bothered me since I first read it. It states scarlet-colored ink stains were noted on the finger of the victim's right hand. Yes, so it does. Scarlet ink? Now, I'm not familiar with the habits of the British aristocracy, I freely admit. But I would have a guess that they don't go all around with ink stains on their fingertips, do they? Your wits is not appreciated. My brother was a well-bred and fastidious man. Should ink have sullied his fingertips, he would have cleaned them immediately. What is your point, Counsel? My point is this. Overlord Vic Zeeks, or Lord Clint Van Zeeks, was writing in that unusually colored ink. It must have been directly before his death. Because he died before he had the opportunity to clean his hands. What? I remember something troubled me at that time. At the scene, the lid of my brother's inkwell was open. But Clint was punctilious about such things. It seemed unusual, and no document penned in the color of ink that was in the inkwell was ever found. So the document had disappeared. Are you suggesting that the document my father had in his hand that night in his cell was the same document that Lord Clint Van Zeeks was writing moments before his death? Then it was. If Mr. Vigil's testimony is to be believed, it can only mean that, yes, Mr. Vigil. Sir! When you spotted Mr. Sogi with the document in his cell, his precise words was as follows, were they not? Alright then, but what's on that paper? A last will, a testament. Yeah, it was testament, and testament. This will is the only weapon I have now. A last will and testament? If the conversation really did go as Mr. Vigil says, then what we know is quickly changes the meaning of what Mr. Asoki said. You really think Mr. Vigil did indeed see the convent with a will, but it wasn't that of Gitcha Sogi's. It was the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. I'll try to make sure I don't say testimony and say testament. No. What?
Objection!
This is madness. My brother's last will is testament. That would mean that he had chose to die. That is what it would mean, yes. No, impossible. This is utterly out of the question. Lord Van Zeeks. Clint was pursuing the professor. He consumed him day and night. Whatever had happened, he would have never had abandoned his investigation before its conclusion. Never. He wouldn't rest until the job was done, so the killer was caught. The idea that he would willingly accept his own death is obscene.
Objection!
And yet, we can be sure that he was writing his will moments before his death. And that Gitcha Asogi came to be in possession of that document. So what could the will possibly have contained? Clearly something that couldn't have been made public under any circumstances whatsoever. Because armed with that document, my father was able to negotiate with the judiciary for his life. It's something so darning that it prompted the powers that be to enact that daring jailbreak plot. Yes, there's no question that the will contained information of the utmost secrecy. Information of the utmost secrecy. Ah, no, it couldn't be. I've heard more than enough. So with this notion of the Phantom, well, nobody can attest to have seen serves absolutely no purpose.
Objection!
I had a burp and they didn't want to burp. No, my lord, that's unacceptable.
What did you say, counsel?
The last will and testament that Gitcha Asogi had in his possession was that of Lord Clint Van Zeeks.
And all the testimony and evidence presented to the court has logically led us to that possibility. Well, that is a possibility. We have a duty to pursue the line of reasoning to its conclusion. But with no possible means of knowing the contents of the document, there is no line of reasoning to pursue. The reason why Lord Clint Van Zeke, a man of high noble standing, would have chosen death. Information so secret, people in the judiciary would be willing to negotiate the jailbreak of a condemned killer. The only explanation for that fits those facts is an unthinkable truth that turns absolutely everything on its head. It's just too hideous. Mr. Naruhodo, however difficult the situation might become, you work with your client in pursuit of the truth. That's what you resolved to do when you entered the courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken. Sato. So hold your head up high and keep soldiering on. Let me make sure I'm not bleeding none. Yes, you're right. 10 years ago, in his final moments, Lord Clint Van Zeeks left behind a will. A will that Genshin Asogi was able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from prison. In all probability, the details in the will were related to the professor's case. The defense's last statement is mere conjecture. What are you getting at, man? Ryunosuke. As soon as these words come out of my mouth, there's no going back. I believe that the last will and testament of Lord Van Zeeks are the fact. I don't think it was an accusation. It's either report or confession, and I want to assume it's a confession. I want to assume it was confession. Confession. So let's praise confession. If it's not that, we got report. So let's just try. You can do this, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe that what Lord Clint Van Zeeks actually penned that day was a confession. A confession? Regarding the mass murderer known as the Professor and his true identity.
Objection!
Enough, Counsel. What are you saying? Do you even realize a confession about the true identity of the Professor? That would mean... Lord Van Zeeks, I appreciate this must be hard to take in. But it's the only explanation that fits. And I'm sorry to say that your brother was the true Professor. The killer that terrorized London a decade ago and became known as the Professor. That man believed to have murdered 5 members of the aristocracy. Wasn't Genshin Asogi at all. No, you can't be suggesting. It was in fact the man to have been the 5th victim. Lord Clint Van Zeeks himself. Grr. You good, bro? He's like, "Dah!" the entire time. It's finally open, is it? Pandora's box. The great Van Zeeks family, they've been thoroughbreds to the British judiciary for years. And Lord Clint Van Zeeks, he's a paragon of justice. He was actually a mass murderer and a perpetrator of atrocities. The general public found out, law and order would be finished. My brother. Oh, this is too awful. Poor Lord Van Zeeks.
I wonder though, did he never suspect? So Naruhodo, Lord Beric Van Zeeks is a brilliant prosecutor. Is it conceivable that he didn't realize what his older brother really was? Order! Order! Order in the court! Lord Van Zeeks. The professor made use of an enormous hound as his murder weapon. Tell me, does your brother own a dog? Yes, he did. Balamong. He was a well-known hunting dog. People called him Giant. And guess what we saw that was a collar? I think the collar that we saw had a bee on it. I don't believe this. When our brother would go hunting in the forest or grounds behind the house, he always took Balamong. After Clint's death, the creature passed away too, almost as if he were following his master. He was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of the jewel-studded collar around his neck. Wait, jewel-studded collar? Hey, collar! Come on, we're bringing it back. That's right. Though sadly, some years ago now, it was stolen by a thief who broke into the house one night. Can I ask a question? Can I tell you something? We've seen that collar though. We've seen it. Because me, Shoves, and them, we saw it after that Natsume case. We seen it. Jewel-studded collar, stolen by a thief. It so happens that myself and my colleagues have come across a collar during our time in London. How could you? There was an old emblem attached to the collar too, made of pure gold. Exactly, it had the bee up there, with some blood up there. It was topped with a small crown and bore an ornate capital letter B. Indeed. And I was always confused because I never knew what that B was for. But that is your brother. What? An emblem bearing the initial B? Oh my, you know it? It's the insignia of the Baskerville family. What? The Baskerville? Why is that name now coming up? Now. Baskerville is the family name of my late brother's widow. That pure gold emblem was an heirloom, which Clint acquired upon their marriage. There can be no doubt then. The color you described was Balmonk's. Family insignia of Lord Clint Van Zeek's widow. There's a considerable amount of blood in the collar when we saw it. Since we know the dog was used for hunting, it could have been from its quarry, of course. Wait, what happened? It's 7:38. Okay, we can keep going. Alright. But if it could equally have been from a human prey. So it's true then. That Van Zeeks really was the professor. It's possible those Japanese are making up to exterminate themselves on their own. So in fact, the person responsible for these murders of nobles and royals was Noble himself. And that threatened to be an enormous scandal that would irrevocably destabilize British society. My father knew that, and was using it to negotiate his way out of an unjust charge which is brought against him. At the very last hour, those he bargained with betraying him, slaying him mercilessly on foreign soil. Well, he denied it, Lord Strongheart. 10 years have passed. And still now, the 6 million inhabitants of our great capital rest easy believing that justice was done. Though that his anonymity remains, the diabolical murderer was caught and executed. Very well then, you may have the truth. Tell me then,
Tell me what Clint really was. Lord Clint Van Zieks was too pure of heart. When he became a prosecutor and went into the pursuit of the black roots of crime, he drove himself into a corner. He came to the uncomfortable realization that the fight most fiendish of criminals requires one to become even more fiendish oneself. Clint. The 19th century was truly a miraculous 100 years for Great Britain and the whole world. New industry, new technology, and with the birth of the new Metropolitan Police Services, new law and order. Give me a second. Give me a second. Crap, my bad. Wrong way. Go through. Here we go. Like, I don't know why that thing is not supposed to be charging. There we go. But these dazzling new developments meant ever deeper shadows were cast on society. Water solely by factories, air thick with noxious fumes and crime, growing daily to fill the darkness. Lord Clint Van Zieks made his mission to combat that darkness. As time went on, until he ate at his soul, until eventually he was consumed. It's ironic, really. It's somewhat surprising that the truth has once again been unearthed by a Japanese. Once again, what do you mean? 10 years ago, your father, Ginta Sogi, turned up at my office one night. The professor? Yes, beyond all shadow of a doubt. We must issue a warrant to search his home at once. Don't be absurd. The man comes from one of the country's most illustrious families. He's a paragon of justice here in the county. Yes, that's the point. That's why none of you British can see it. He's using his noble status as a diversion whilst he's committing these atrocious crimes behind the scenes. I don't say atrocities, but that's fine as well. Keep saying that. Do you have evidence? Nothing definitive yet. But he keeps an enormous savage hound on this state. We need full support of the judiciary for this. We're up against a member of the aristocracy. So a large family estate has a fierce guard dog. You should know that's a commonplace here in Britain. I'm sorry, but I cannot possibly put Scotland Yard on this based on a tenacious accusation of a visiting student. So I turned down Mr. Sogi's plea. As a result, he took it upon himself to visit the Van Zieks mansion on his own. You can only imagine now what had happened between the two men. Though we know the outcome, of course, Lord Clint Van Zieks perished. I don't believe this. So, in actual fact, Kazuma-sama's father did. He made the late Lord Van Zieks meet the same fate. He put a permanent end to the professor's killings by taking the drastic measures of ending the perpetrator's life. As soon as I heard, I hurried to the mansion. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what had happened. And what about the will? Sogi must have already taken it. Nothing of that nature was found at the scene. We had no idea of the existence of such a document at that time. Oh my goodness. Ooh. This has been a long, long trial. It's like about to be 4 hours in a minute. I was the only person who knew of the true identity of the professor. So I resolved to keep it a secret, and to guard the secret to the bitter end. So you're admitting to it? That you were behind it all? It was you, then, who pinned the crimes on my father. I did what was necessarily done in order to protect the law and order of British Empire. Even if that means employing an unforgivable ruse. Then it was you who arranged the fabricated evidence. I ordered that detective to take care of it, whilst keeping the truth from him, naturally. Gregson? Obviously, he opposed me at first. Are you off your rocker? We can't do something like that. There's no question that it was Asogi who murdered Lord Van Zeke. The house staff has made statements that they saw the man running from the mansion that night. Yes, well, I've no doubt that it was that Japanese fellow. But we got to shred conclusive evidence against the man. And worse than that, he doesn't keep a dog, so we're short on murder weapons to boot. And we're short on time, Gregson. Let's put a stop to this man's rampage, for the good of the country. So we'll use whatever means necessary. Do I make myself clear, detective? Blimey. Or blimey. So that night 10 years ago, when I was attacked by those thugs in the back streets, and Genshin's ring was taken, that was him, wasn't it? That was Gregson and some hired help. Then the detective handed the stolen ring to Dr. Wilson, who feigned its discovery from the victim's stomach during that autopsy. In the light of that decisive evidence, Mr. Asogi was found guilty of the charges brought against him. However, behind the scenes, he had already struck a deal with the accusers, in which he agreed to silently accept the charges. But I just don't believe that part. As far as I know the man, my father despised such underhanded dealings. It was extremely easy to make him comply. You see, he had one crippling weakness. What weakness? Is it obvious? You, Kazuma Asogi. Me. Perhaps you have no desire to return to your homeland, Asogi. What? Though I hear you have a 14-year-old son. Agree to cooperate and accept your guilt without contention. And you will see Japan and your son again. You scoundrel. Whether you choose wisely or not, it will be a close trial by order of Her Majesty. So whatever rash claim that you might make in court will have no trouble in stifling them. There's only one outcome for you, Asogi. The gallows. Don't forget that I still have a weapon at my disposal. A document revealing the truth that I know you're desperate to keep hidden. Yes, it had escaped my mind, which is the only reason why I'm willing to bargain with you. I only want to protect this country's law and order. You understand. So, what is it to be, Asogi? Kazuma. He did it for me? And as I told him at the time, my motive was simply to protect Britain from the damage that the truth would do. To protect this country's law and order, at any cost.
Objection!
Hey, my bad. I've never dared to let myself even consider this possibility until now. But in the light of all this treachery, I have to ask. The mastermind behind the Reaper of the Bailey. Was it you, Lord Mel Strongheart? A rather brilliant idea, wouldn't you say, Lord Barrick Van Zeeks? That's the spirit of your late brother, the paragon of justice, should return to reap justice for his sibling. Could there be a more appetizing tale for Londoners' masses, I ask you?
What brazen...
I knew that you'd play the part to perfection. But your role really wasn't that of some embodiment of death. No, you were Londoners in London's guardian angel. An angel with bloody hands? I think not. Those who had cooperated with me already were too happy to participate in my plan. Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson. My minions worked tirelessly to ensure that the finger of guilt could never come to rest on you. All thanks to them that you were exalted as the demigod the Reaper became. But Dr. Wilson left Britain 4 years ago when he was invited to work in Japan. That's right. So I had to employ the services of his young protege after that. Dr. Courtney Scythe. Dr. Scythe? So, what with the execution of the professor and the subsequent reign of the Reaper of the Bailey, successfully safeguarded law and order in our mighty capital for the past decade. That is everything. My lords, ladies and gentlemen, I do hereby confess it was I who stirred the concept of the Reaper. However, let me say in my defense, it was all for the preservation of law and order across the entire empire.
Lord Strongheart did it? An unforgivable collection of crimes, but still, all those who died at the Reaper's hands were rotten to the core anyway. It was all for the aid to keep London safe.
There is no one left who can reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. Therefore, this trial can go on no further. Now, I would like to entrust all those present. Beyond these 4 walls, nobody needs to know the truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from this. I trust you all to appreciate the importance of the request. It is for the great of the country. Can he do this? Can the trial really end now? I have one last question. For the accused, Lord Van Zeeks. What? Of course, I know that you're a highly accomplished prosecutor. So I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all. That you never suspected your older brother. Yeah, the same thought occurred to me. It was only once, but yes, I couldn't say that I never had my doubts. My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong, perhaps too strong, I observed. At that time, there were members of the aristocracy who were bleeding the country dry for their own gain. Since they were nobles, they were untouchable. For my brother, it was a source of great turmoil. And coincidentally, at the same time, the professor began his terrifying reign. During the time of the professor's killings, my brother did not appear to be himself. And that made you suspect? Yes. But it was only once, not more. Only once, really? Clint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time. And I still believe that now. Do you have any evidence to support that idea? The third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained as a prosecutor. Then can we just say it was literally him? No matter what the circumstances, some think that my brother could have killed his friend and mentor. I mean, that is kind of true. I mean, you would have to have like a motive for that. Unless he has a motive for that, who knows? That will do. Neither Clint Van Zeeks nor Gijasogi still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. But there are only two scant pieces of evidence from the time. The woe-begone ring that acted as the incriminating evidence to condemn Gijasogi, and the 3-page last will and testament, penned in black ink and left behind by the man. The wretched truth of what happened exactly as I explained. Later today, I will present myself at the Ministry of Justice for whatever sanction is deemed appropriate. That is all. Court is adjourned.
Objection!
Nah. We don't do that around here. Thank you, Kazuma. Me. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made this 11th hour discovery. What discovery? My lord, I'm afraid I must insist the trial continues. I beg your pardon. The court has been reminded today already. We must stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth. And to that end, one particular statement made by somebody in this courtroom moments ago. I'll give me 1 second. I'll just take a bit. I'll check that in a second. Revealed a very subtle contradiction. What contradiction? But all I did was ask the accuser one simple question. Indeed you did. Let me talk to you. Well, it began with Lord Van Zeeks and his recollection about his brother. There we go. But Lord Strongheart didn't permit the defendant to speak at length. I merely pointed out that we can only draw no further useful conclusion here. So what on earth is the contradiction? One of them definitely just said something contradictory. Strongheart. It's Lord Strongheart. I'm sure of it. Something he said was slightly off. Come on, Inosuke. Think back over his words. Find the problem. Neither Clint Van Zeeks nor Gijasogi still walk this earth. However much we debate that, we hope to reach a conclusion. The only thing I can think of is the papers. I don't know, just a will. I mean, I feel like we need to find their will or something. That's what I'm assuming. We need to find some will paper or something. Like, bro, there's actual will paper or something. There are only two yeah, I'm not reading that. Yeah, we're not reading that. We already know. That's what he said, though. Lord Strongheart, would you care to explain? Explain what, Counsel? Among the statements you made just a few moments ago, something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have. Inconsistent? And whilst an inconsistency remains, the defense has a right to pursue an explanation. Ryunosuke, what? Let me warn you about the statement you are making, Counsel. They may very well prove fatal. You claim my words contain a contradiction. Which piece of evidence? Maybe the papers?
Take that!
This here. It's the will left behind by Mr. Asogi. The 2-paged will. It's not 3-paged. What? Yeah, you said it was 3-paged. Because you said it was a 3-page last will. So where's that will at? Yet moments ago, your precise words were, and I quote, the 3-page last will and testament. Ah. Could it be that originally there were a 3rd page? For a moment, I thought perhaps you identified something worthwhile, but it's a mere trifle, I see. A trifle? Brother, then why you say 3 then, you dum-dum? You must be brain dead or something. If that's the case, are you brain dead? If you're brain dead, I can understand. Governor Caden. What can I do for you, sir? You were present when the Japanese men penned the last will and testament. I was there for sure. I remember the black room like scrolls to this day. And I'm quite certain, my lord. There was a 3rd page at the time. What? Only the first 2 pages were the actual will, though. If I mind correctly, the 3rd message was a message to his lad back at Japan. For legal purposes, we require only his will. He wouldn't have it any other way. Uncomfortable words about the blitzing to get back at Japan, eh? So it was decided that 3rd page out to be sent.
Objection!
How dare you make that decision? I had a right to know what it said, to hear my father's final words to me. The courtroom is no place for sentimentality. Counsel? As it happens, I have the 3rd page of the document with me now. My father's message. It will be given to you at the end of proceedings. No, I need it now. It'll be too late once the trial's over. We need to know what it says now. Even the slightest thing might give us a clue. My lord, the defense calls for Genjizoki's last words to his son to be read out loud before the court now. Your request is denied. The inevitably molten words cannot be of no consequence
Objection.
now. The prosecution agrees. The court should know the contents of that message. Every possible evidence must be thoroughly examined. Very well then. Governor Caden, you will read the 3rd page of the document for all that present here. Yes, sir. Only I should point out, my lord, that I cannot actually read room language. This beautiful handwriting? Shame on you, Barry? I don't know who said that. Oh. If I could be of assistance here, I'd be happy to translate the words into English for the court. Father? You're still here, are you, Dr. Migatoba? Naturally, I consider myself a member of the judiciary, albeit a lowly one. Perhaps I should quietly withdraw after I've translated Genjin's message. Your cooperation is much appreciated. Kazuma, the truth is shrouded in darkness. Darkness only our clan's great sword can pierce. Mighty Kurama, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. That's the end of the message, it would seem. A haiku poem? Twist thy head? Father. What is Kurama? That's the blade. The name of the Asogi clan's famous sword. A razor-sharp blade known to all, passed down by generations, an embodiment of the Japanese spirit. It's nothing known to me. Dang, you really trying to go out and say, nah, that's not known to me, bro. Get that out of here. It's the katana sword that's submitted here as evidence in these proceedings. So, do they want me to go out there and actually look at it, or do you want me to wait a second? I don't know what they want me to do. But it's the katana sword that was submitted as evidence earlier in the proceedings. The one warned by the prosecutor, or prosecution counsel when he confronted Inspector Gregson. Give me a second. Okay. Do I need to look at the sword real quick? Okay, oh, now, okay, now it's okay, hold up. Mighty Karama, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. That's the proper way to use the sword, is it? Maybe I should try it. It hurts my neck. That's the trouble. Mr. Naruhodo, if I may make a suggestion, I think perhaps it doesn't mean your head. It might mean the sword hilt's head. Oh. I once studied the history and development of the katana some time ago. As I'm sure you're probably aware, the sword's head is part of the very end of the hilt. Indeed. It's written as head in Japanese, but it's pronounced as Kashira, I believe. Kashira. So Mr. Asogi's words really meant twist the butt of the hilt. You don't think... Ah! Look what's inside it. Is that slightly wound sheet of parchment? Scarlet ink. It's written in scarlet ink. I penned this, my last will and testament, the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. This is it, isn't it? Naruhodo, look at the signature at the end. Clint Van Zeeks, and the date, 10 years ago on that fateful night. So for 10 years, it's been silently concealed inside Karama, and nobody knew. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. Wait, oh my goodness. Look at this. This is unbelievable. Hey, can this dude stop at the thing? Alright. All these procrastinations are beginning to try my patience. Adjournment of this court is long overdue. As the presiding judge, I have been as accommodating as possible of the will of the courtroom. However, despite all that, no new information has come to light. In pursuit of justice, Lord Clint Van Zeeks tragically lost all sense of morality. When he murdered his former mentor, clearly he was already devoid of his normal faculties.
Objection!
Okay, so I think someone said something about this, so, someone said, let me just... believe that? There you go. Someone said to do that as an achievement. There we go, we did that as an achievement. Because someone just asked me to do that as an achievement, so I'll do that as an achievement. How dare you! I refuse to believe that of my brother. Too much time has passed, we cannot ever hope to know more than we do now. Especially since the alleged will that he penned in his final moments appears to have been lost forever. Lord Strongheart. You appear to be in something of a hurry to wrap things up. I wonder why. We've heard you state time and time again during these proceedings that everything you did was in the interest of protecting British law and order. And I stand by that. Without the Reaper, we could never have achieved the reduction of crime the capital has seen.
Objection!
What about Inspector Gregson then? And Dr. Wilson? They were no criminals. You used them to achieve your ends, and then you had them killed. However, you dress it up. There's nothing fair and just about that. Lord Strongheart, what exactly is it that you're hiding?
Dr. Mikatoba, were you not quietly withdrawn after the translation of your former associate's will? In this courtroom, no argument carries weight unless it is supported by evidence. And it would seem that the defense has no more evidence to present.
Dude, I do. If you let me talk.
In which case, I hereby order all discourse from the proceedings to be struck from the record.
This is my last chance. Naruhodo. I have to present some decisive evidence now, or it's all over. But can I? Yes, you can. Present it. Wait, my lord. As it happens, the defense does have evidence to present.
What? Don't be absurd! There's nothing of relevance remaining from the time.
Objection!
It's high time that you realize something, my lord. This gentleman has an uncanny habit of producing evidence at the final hour that had escaped everyone else's attention. Nonsense! He's not him! What is it, Ryunosuke? What do you have?
I dare say, the final decisive piece of evidence that will reveal the whole truth about this rotten tale.
How can you? Decisive?
Well, it would appear there's no escaping it now, my lord.
Let it be so then. Present whatever you think you have that can settle this decade-old enigma, if you're capable. What exactly is this evidence that the defense claims to be so decisive?
Take that!
Checkmate. Hey man, that is checkmate. There's a single piece of evidence that can clarify what really happened 10 years ago. The last will and testament of the Lord Clint Van Seeds.
Ha! What a wonderfully astute observation, I'm sure.
In case of it had escaped your notice, that document was lost long ago. Oh, brother, you're an idiot. I know you are, brother. That's right. It was. Only, if I have it right here, discovered just moments ago. Checkmate. Yeah, buddy.
Impossible! That can't be!
Checkmate. Everything that happened comes back to this well. This document is the key that will unlock the entire mystery.
My brother's last will and testament. Where did you find that?
It was rolled up inside this.
Inside Kurama?
Yes. And all you needed to do was turn the hilt. And open it like that. But, you know, someone tried to hide that. The ultimate weapon Genshin Asogi obtained has lain undisturbed in the hilt of this sword all these years. Just waiting for the right time to emerge and reveal the truth. That signature and seal certainly looks official.
My God, it's true. It's my brother's handwriting. There could be no mistake. I forbid the contents of that document to be read for being read out. Do you hear me? I strictly forbid it.
Nope, shut up. You can't do that, my lord. This document can explain everything.
That document can literally destroy the meaning of justice in this country. I demand that you hand it to me at once.
Why? Are you trying to hide? Could it be that you already know what's written on this page? What are you implying? Court is adjourned with immediate effect. Clear the court.
Objection!
Do that, my lord, and you'll suffer a fatal blow as Lord Chief Justice. I beg your pardon. Forcibly ending a trial without good reason, and not any trial, a closed trial by order of Her Majesty the Queen. To defy the monarch's will is treason. Grr. Lord Campaign 6 really did pin up Will that day. Exactly as the young Japanese man said. Read it out now. We have a right to hear what the will says. A right and a duty. Well, well, my lord. You're getting cooked. It would rather appear as though proceedings aren't going quite the way you'd hope. You fools! Go ahead, Ryunosuke, read it. The prosecution gives its full support. Very well then. No! For God's sake! No! I penned this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. The hour is 11 p.m., and I sit at my writing desk in my office. My good friend Asogi stands at my shoulders. He has expressed his intent to evoke the dying ritual of the duel, that I may depart this world with honor, an honor of which I am utterly undeserving. The Japanese are a truly merciful people. I, Clint Van Seeks, Lord of the Manor of the Van Seeks Estate, hereby confess to the following. I am the killer who has come to be known in society as the Professor, guilty of 4 counts of murder. I will not hear discourse the corruption rife among the aristocracy, which is to me, as one of them, so apparent. However, 6 months ago, I took the life of a member of the House of the Lord, at the heart of depravity, a demon who habitually sacrificed the common man to further his own interests, using his power or position of power. The law is impotent against such vile avarice. Only a fellow demon can rid society of this menace. That demon was my quarry, upon whom I willingly set my great hound. But though I am a hunter of some experience, I am a poor felon, it seems. My guilt was once recognized by another, and I became subject to his extortion. He held over me the threat of exposing my wicked crime to my beloved wife and brother. Under that threat, I have done this man's bidding for months now, killing those he demanded I kill. As I watched my former mentor perish before my eyes at the jaws of the hound I commanded, I realized that I had lost the shred of decency within me and sunk to the level of a wild beast. There is no path back to the light. Be it I or my dear friend Asogi, who dies this night, I am eternally cooked. To my extortioner, male Strongheart, may you feel the jaws of the beast at your throat every time you swallow. Checkmate. So now we know, yes, Clint Van Seeks was a murderer, but somebody was directing him, naming his victims. His extortioner, Lord Mal Strongheart. It was you. Lord Strongheart, a moment ago, you claimed that what the court I just heard could destroy justice in the country, but you weren't trying to protect justice at all. All you were trying to do was conceal the secret of your true nature and countless lives you sacrificed up to now.
It just didn't make sense to me that the third victim, the former Lord Chief Justice, was my brother's benefactor, and a man of lofty principles. As I said, Clint had no possible reason to kill the man. But you did, didn't you, Lord Strongheart? To eliminate the man who stood between you and the office you'd set your sights on. So you used your own hunting dog, Lord Clint Van Zeeks, to take him down. It had to be done. London's unsavory shadows are deep, and the arms of the law fails to reach their depths, as it may. There you go, that's a little better. Alright. That's a little better. Alright. Crimes must be cut off all roots. But the Lord Chief Justice at the time couldn't see that. He was a weak old man. Lofty principles, you say. Tantamount to cowardice, if you ask me. Which is why I took his place, in order to fight the crime he was allowing to spread like wildfire. By murdering the man, the Reaper, the Professor, the name makes no difference. As I've explained countless times already, it was all done for the furtherance of the law and order in London.
Objection!
Are you going to legitimize the murder of my father now too? Ah, Gijin Asogi. Well, that was unfortunate. I had fully intended to send him back to Japan as we'd agreed. I don't believe you. It was you, wasn't it? You killed him. No, it wasn't me who took your father's life. Then who? On the night following his mock execution, I went to Lowgate Cemetery at 3 in the morning with Jigoku. Judge Jigoku? There had to be a collaborator on the Japanese side to manage Sogi's treatment after his arbitration. Jigoku had fierce ambition, and it made him easy to manipulate. 10 years ago, after he stood trial for the destruction of the witness stand, I had words with him. When I told him his position of the Minister of Foreign Affairs could be his, he couldn't agree fast enough. Seshiro, you fool. As you know, Asogi escaped the prison in a closed casket and was subsequently interred. We intended to dig him out of his grave before he ran out of air. But sadly, all did not go to plan. There was an unexpected visitor to the cemetery with his own ideas of digging up graves. Enoch Drebber, a man who witnessed what nobody was supposed to see. Enoch Drebber. Of course, I knew grave robbers frequented London's cemeteries. But that grave on that particular night... Blast! If people found out the convict wasn't really executed, a scandal will rock the very foundations of empire. Then why did you just kill Enoch Drebber then? Why did you just kill Enoch Drebber then? It'd just be like, yeah, okay. And just say, oh yeah. Okay. And be like, oh yeah, he got shot by somebody. Okay, whoop-de-doo. Moved on. I'm pretty sure everyone would be like, okay, cool. Then what do we do? Shoot him, Mr. Jikoku. Shoot Asogi at once. He can't live now. This has happened. He has to go. What are you talking about? You had an agreement. You promised him he could return to Japan. Everything has changed now. The truth got out because of this. Both of us would be finished forever. Come on, Jigoku. Do it. Pull the trigger. Shoot! So it wasn't even Sight that did it. It was straight up Jigoku, bro. Jigoku shot Asogi from the shadows. The grave robber was so close, but the blood sprayed over his coat. He fed his sex could carry him. Then Jigoku and I put Asogi's body back in the grave from which it emerged. When I later learned of the waxwork modeler's presence at the scene as well, I made her swear to two things. Never to remove the professor's mask, and never to speak of the events of that night. And with that, the secret was buried along with Sogi's corpse. So, now you know what really happened to Lowgate Cemetery that night. Okay? I understand. Can you go to jail now? It was Jigoku, your Japanese acquaintance, who killed Asogi in the end, you see. He claimed to be the man's friend, but when push came to shove, he pulled the trigger. Just before Mr. Jigoku left the courtroom earlier, he said the assassin exchange proposal was a demand from the British counterpart, not a request. There you go. So you coerced them too. This is what had happened in the graveyard. By that time, Jigoku was the Minister of Foreign Affairs negotiating international treaties with Britain. You can imagine what would happen if it came to light he murdered a compatriot 10 years earlier. He would have lost everything. I merely reminded him of that. How do you sleep at night? Like a baby, of course. These past 10 years, I fought tirelessly with the darkest or in the darker recesses of London's criminal underworld. I've used whatever means necessary to ensure that justice prevails and law and order reign supreme.
Objection!
That couldn't be further from the truth. The fact is, you haven't fought crime at all. How dare you! I saved Clint Van Six from dishonor and his death!
Objection!
Whilst behind the scenes you systematically buried anyone who stood in your way. And then you made my father take the blame. It was unavoidable. It was the only way to protect our justice system and public order. Let's not forget the others you had to kill as well. Setting the defendant up as the Reaper to cover up the truth behind the murders of countless more. That's enough! Do you have any idea of conniving that led to the acquittals of those wretched criminals? We have to fight fire with fire! Our courts cannot function without a Reaper! Can't you see what I've done for this country? This has been my struggle!
Objection!
You've done nothing! It's Lord Van Six here who's worked tirelessly and justly in court, whilst enduring the disgrace of the Reaper name. Huh? Inspector Gregson, fraught with anguish for having sullied his hands through a desire to do the right thing. Not to mention Gijin Asogi, who risked his life going in pursuit of the truth you tried to hide. No, the darker recesses of London's underworld were largely filled by you. You little! When will you get it through your thick skulls? This is all for the Queen and the country? I'm tired of that excuse. You've consistently twisted the truth for bargaining power. To make others do your bidding, nothing more. People who will willingly twist the truth and coerce others have no right to call themselves a part of the judiciary. Not at all. I strongly suggest you don't ever talk about justice again. Well, you don't got the flashing light this time? He's doing the claps. He's doing the slow claps. You gonna go fast with it? Well, well, well. Dear me, my good fellows. Dear me. A well-deserved round of applause, I think, for quite a marvelous performance. What are you talking about? Those delightfully grave expressions, that beautifully pronounced Queen's English. Really, our friends from the Far East are quite the picture of industriousness. You fraud, keep your mockery. Please, don't misunderstand. It really is exactly as you both said. What are you trying to say? I've occupied the darker recesses of London underworld, and how do you put it? Done nothing? I confess it's a little embarrassing to have it pointed out quite so starkly, but yes, I really have done nothing, which means I can't be indicted for nothing. No. What? I mean, he's not lying though. Well, he could be like hit for being accomplice to murders, but that's about it though. It's true. Personally, I've committed no crime. I've merely been surrounded by fools who acted very rashly indeed.
Objection.
You can't get away with that. You constantly preyed on people's weaknesses. And what? Threatened them? Are you sure it wasn't just bargaining? I would like to address all the good lords and ladies and gentlemen of the judiciary here present. You all know the darker recesses in our great capital, and deep down I believe you also know that to fight those who dwell there requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. So let me appeal to your good senses now. Consider the situation with me. If this catalog of horrifying revelations were to become common knowledge among the 6 million inhabitants of London, what might happen? To learn that infamous murderer of royals and nobles was a respected member of the aristocracy himself. That evidence was fabricated in a scapegoat trial amid secret negotiations with prosecutors to effect a jailbreak. That the Reaper of the Bailey was an organized group of assassins managed by Scotland Yard's inspector. And finally, that it was all a mastermind by the Lord Chief Justice himself. The general public of Britain knew that truth. All faith in the police and prosecutor's office would be completely lost, without no doubt. Public order in the capital would be completely break down. It'd be cast to lawless days of the last century. Precisely as it was 100 years ago, when 1 in 10 of the population were criminals. Think what we accomplished since then. A public policing force, a comprehensive set of laws. And if we want to continue to protect this era of law and order, I say again, we must at times occupy the darkness ourselves. Okay, now give me a second now.
Alright, yeah, I'm back. So I've been going in and out. I gotta be doing stuff. I gotta set some food up. Alright. We have successfully identified and apprehended the man responsible for taking Inspector Gregson's life. This is all that was expected of this trial. All these other matters that have been discussed will be eliminated from the minutes of these proceedings in the interest of preserving law and order. To protect Her Majesty the Queen, of course. Well, my lords, ladies and gentlemen, what say you? He has a point. Things Lord Strongheart has done are quite unforgivable. But on the other hand, isn't our duty to maintain law and order in the capital? You can't deny the threat of the Reaper over the years has done wonders for the crime rate. And by fair means or foul, that's all thanks to Lord Strongheart. He's just gonna get away with it, really? Are you hearing this? This is the will of the British judiciary? For your rousing response, friends, I express my heartfelt gratitude. Therefore, in accordance with the overwhelming wishes of the court, the record shall be erased. You have to respect the man's ability to turn a situation to his favor. Lord Strongheart really is a master of manipulation. You've conclusively proven his guilt, yet he still managed to evade justice. I just don't know what we can do. Ryunosuke! Looks like the trial really is going to come to an end. Almost out of options. There's really only one path for me to take. I'm gonna have to probably use evidence. I probably need to use that daggone thing. Yes, as I know only too well, the only thing that carries any weight is hard evidence. But Mr. Naruhodo, what evidence is there to use at this stage of the trial? I have an idea. I don't know whether anything will come of it, but if there's any time I've ever used this particular item, we have among evidence. It's now. Iris! Please! Please, Sholmes, help! Oh my, yes. Mr. Sholmes asked if you had that with you earlier. We exposed all of Lord Strongheart's wrongdoing now. I've no doubt Mr. Sholmes has already deduced how the truth would unfurl. So I'm thinking must be time for the great detective to take center stage, don't you? Yes, absolutely. Thank you, please. Let's take the hair by the ears then, and heave! Alright, here it goes. Heave! Ow! Ow! My dear fellows! Must I remind you every time a gentle tug will suffice? Jones, you're looking in quite the wrong direction, Mr. Naruhodo. 'Cause I'm over here. Ah, Mr. Naruhodo, he's... It's Mr. Sholmes! Sorry to let you wait, guys. I'm here in the cut. I was expecting to be back, Sholmes. Delighted to be here again, Lord Strongheart. What? What is the meaning of this? Bailiff, seize him! Put that man in irons! This is a closed court. You've been warned once already, man. What the? Well, we can't get a hold of him, my lord. We just keep going right through him. He's dancing on us. I'm afraid your efforts are wasted, you see. The great detective you see before you is composed entirely of light and shadow, an image, if you will, so you might as well stop trying to get me. But I'm gonna dance to the beat, though. Mr. Naruhodo, I must congratulate you on your fine deductions. But Mr. Sholmes, what on earth is... Are you familiar, I wonder, with the invention known as the telephone? Well, yes. I hear that some public telephones have been installed recently in Tokyo. The sound of the speaker's voice is converted to an electric signal transmitted instantly to another place. Quite. Sounds are transmitted, so could not images keep them company, I mused. Ours and I did some modest experimentation to develop a device specifically for this very day. Modest experimentation, Mr. Sholmes? What a modest description. And somewhat incidentally, I thought we might just have as well transmit an entire seed. Somewhat incidentally, Mr. Sholmes, now you're being immodest. Do you mean to say you're not actually here, Mr. Sholmes? Ah, I knew my trusty partner would have no trouble grasping the concept. Except he's grasping the stand to steady himself after your shock arrival. Poor father, I would hope he would have been forewarned, being the great Sento's great partner.
Leave my courtroom at once! Get out or I will swear to you!
Dear me! You, on the other hand, Lord Strongheart, appear to have a very poor grasp on the situation. Allow me to reiterate, I am not here, which would I hope lead naturally to one asking, where exactly are you? The very question I was awaiting. I am present, enjoying the air in a rather splendid garden. A garden? Not just any garden, you understand. A garden at Buckingham Palace.
What? You can't be! Buckingham Palace?
What's Buckingham Palace, Mr. Sato? Never heard of it. Ain't that where the Queen at? Do you ever read the news, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes. Is Iris with you there? Ah, well now, Iris is currently enjoying some tea. With Her Majesty. Her Majesty? Not just Her Majesty, you understand? Her Majesty the Queen of British Empire.
What?
Yeah, you cooked now. What on earth is this all about? Buckingham Palace is Her Majesty the Queen's residence in London, Mr. Naruhodo.
Order in court! I demand immediate silence! Her Majesty the Queen! You can't be! I mean, no! This is some sort of unforgivable, distasteful trickery by a third-rate detective, that's all! Unforgivable, distasteful trickery? What an apt description! A closed court session, attended by elite members of all judiciary, is a rare event. I presumed that Her Majesty would be more than a little curious about the proceedings. So I decided to show her everything, from start to finish. Huh? You showed her? Indeed! By dint of the Hairlock Show's remote cinematograph. You meddling! This is some kind of nightmare.
As I appeared to stand before you, regaling you with the talk of my latest invention, no doubt you've inferred that the reverse is also true. You don't mean... Her Majesty has seen and heard every moment of the proceedings. I assume there is no objections. After all, every trial in this country is conducted under auspices of Her Majesty, as you know.
You...
I confess, I am quite impatient to hear Her Majesty's opinion about the unforgivable, distasteful trickery in which you've been engaged over the past 10 years.
No, I was merely...
Oh, sorry to keep you all waiting. Vicky and I had so much to talk about. Iris, there you are. In fact, I have a little message here from Her Majesty.
A message?
I do too. But, well then, if everyone is sitting comfortably, ahem! Forthwith, and with immediate effect, all authority previously afforded to Mel Strongheart is hereby revoked forevermore. Furthermore, he will be prosecuted for crimes against his country in a public trial by jury in coming days. So, it seems that Her Majesty doesn't believe we need to fight fire with fire.
justice in this country needn't be administered from the shadows at all. Give me a second. Alright, hold on, let me see. Can I hear myself when I do this? Alright, hold on, let me see. Can I hear myself? I can, perfectly. Thank you. Okay, perfect. Makes my dad call me. I had to make sure everything was good. Mail straw card. The darkness you fostered to conceal your despicable actions these last 10 years is a thing of the past now. After today, your brand of law and order has no future, because no longer are you the Lord Chief Justice. In the eyes of the law and of Her Majesty the Queen, you are nothing but a criminal. Adjourned! 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 Court is adjourned! That works. And you are guilty. Now, by the way, court is in session. Ah! Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, oh, the entire time he's like, ah. He's like, ah, I hate my life here. Perfect. Lord Clint Van Zeeks left a will in which he confessed to everything. When those words came out of Asogi's mouth, it deranged me completely. I knew I must do anything and everything in my power to contain the situation. But I couldn't find the darn document. I searched his cell, but it wasn't there. Which precipitated the jailbreak plot, I presume. Huh. What do you mean? The need to obtain the will was all-consuming. I was sure that if I facilitated Asogi's escape, he would emerge with the will somewhere in his person. But despite searching his limp body in the cemetery that night, it still eluded me. It never even crossed my mind that it was concealed in that sword's hilt. What pains me now is that my brother left this world without a word to me. I'm sorry, Lord Van Zeeks. In point of fact, I think perhaps this isn't the case. Sorry? How can that be? There's more to his last will and testament. What? As I confronted the prospect of my demise, I feel bitter and regret for my younger brother. Barrick, you have always looked up to me, and now you follow in my footsteps to become a prosecutor. It is my fervent wish that my unspeakable deeds should not hinder your advancement. I ask you not for understanding, for none could understand my depravity. I ask only for forgiveness. Asogi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final two wishes.
The first is the document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed to my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zeeks. Clint. But yeah, for the credits, I probably just might skip it though, if it comes down to it though. That's if it does. But like, I don't know, it depends. Male Strongheart. You colluded with Seshiro Jigoku in a criminal plot to immense expand the oceans. You cold-heartedly murdered all those people who knew the truth about what happened 10 years ago. But why did you set about that now? A whole decade later. To ascend to the very peak. These last 10 years made me realize being the Lord Chief Justice wasn't enough. Short of becoming Her Majesty's Attorney General, I could have no real power to affect the changes needed in this country. And for that promotion, I needed to ensure that no remnants of the past remained. How could you? I like everything to run smoothly in the exact manner that I prescribe, like a well-oiled machine. And I was just a step away. And for your ambition to succeed. Did you even bother to count the number of brilliant people you had killed? Ah, Mr. Reaper, are you not forgetting something? Such as, you very much adopted your usual prosecutor-like demeanor in the proceedings now. But the reality of the situation is that you are the defendant in this trial. Ah. However, the presiding judge would have appeared to have fallen from the bench, as it were. So you're gonna have to be the judge. Oh, perfect. Oh, we got the actual British judge. Finally, my boy, where you been? May I suggest, therefore, that we entrust a final education to an old friend? My lord. As a member of the judiciary, I have been following the proceedings from the gallery. And I must say, I shan't ever forget the extraordinary battle between good and evil that I witnessed here today. The darkness that has blighted justice in our land these past 10 years has been, at last, been dispelled, thanks in no small part to the efforts of the bright young star from the east, Defendant Counsel Naruhodo. Yes, my lord. On behalf of everyone here present on the Bailey, I give you my heartfelt thanks. You're too kind, my lord. The first time I faced you in court, it's under a year ago now. I had the faintest of intimations that if British justice so warped and twisted over its long history was finally to know change, this might just be the man to do it. What? But at the time, I wouldn't allow myself to acknowledge the possibility. I couldn't overcome my hatred of the Japanese after the circumstances of my brother's death. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me to apologize for countless discourtesies on my part. You are a lawyer of boundless talent. Oh, Lord Van Zeeks. When I first arrived in Great Britain, I was literally a nobody, certainly not a lawyer. The truth is, my fortunes have entirely been made up by the miraculous people I've met. My best friend, Kazuma Asogi, who led me here to Britain in the first place. My loyal and ever-patient judicial assistant, Miss Usato, who helped me study to become a lawyer. The brilliant Lord Van Zeeks,
who never failed to challenge his Nipponese rival. And not to mention, the exceptional master of logic and reasoning who showed me the true art of deduction, Mr. Sholmes. Saving the best for last, Mr. Naruhodo! What a relief! I'm well aware that without all these people's help and support, I wouldn't be where I am today. The truth is guiding a light that always leads to happiness. I lived by that principle for a long time now, but actually, it's not true. The truth can also cause great pain, sometimes even leave people on the brink of despair. And for that reason, there are those who feel the need to hide the truth, who do it instinctively even. Hold up. I gotta get straight. There we go. I had to make sure I have it straight. But as soon as we allow our eyes to settle on something other than the truth, the darkness takes hold. From there it grows, until eventually it makes us blind to light of the truth altogether. So that's why it's my belief that we must all resolve never to avert our eyes from the truth and what is just and true. So that we can continue to walk the straight and narrow path together and to go ahead. Well, I must excuse myself now. But before I go, Mr. Naruhodo, let me compliment you on our grand opus. Or opus. But your beautifully composed case against Lord Strongheart, Her Majesty would have been unable to act. Thanks to you and your fellows, the haunting undertones corrupted Britain's justice system has been silenced. Thank you very much. So, until our paths meet again and cross again somewhere. Well then, it would appear that this long trial has finally come to an end. My apologies for any anxiety caused, my lord. I'm quite sure we shall meet again here in the courtroom before long, Prosecutor Beric Van Zeeks. In conclusions of this proceedings, I hereby declare the defendant Beric Van Zeeks not guilty. MVP, bro, MVP, you already know I'm MVP with that thing. That is all. Court is adjourned. This was a long trial. It's 5 hours, bro, of this. The 4th of November, 4:21 p.m., the Old Bailey, Defendant's Antechamber. It really is all over. But did I sacrifice too much? Mr. Naruhodo, I really must congratulate you. It was a truly splendid performance. Honestly, I couldn't be happier for you. Oh, thank you very much. But I really couldn't have done it without you at my side through it all, Mrs. Sato. Oh. Your kind words mean so much to me. It was a very splendid show, that Naruhodo. I'd have thought you'd be smiling from ear to ear, but you look rather glum. Well, of course I'm delighted about the verdict. But in exposing the truth, I'm afraid I've caused my client a great deal of pain. I'm really not sure that's what a lawyer ought to be doing. Oh well, in that case, I'm quite sure that when we see Lord Van Zeek's smiling face, everything will be so much better. What do you mean smiling? Mrs. Sato? Everything seems worse. His face has a face like thunder. Oh dear, I really shouldn't have presumed. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. Almost a year it's been now since I first encountered you here in this very courtroom. For you to have risen to the level of excellency you've demonstrated today, well, it's quite remarkable. But I suppose the most unpalatable truth you could ever have imagined in court today. Suppose I robbed you of something you held so dear. What was it he said? To fight those who dwell in the darkness requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. But that was just a feeble excuse of a coward. Only those with a steadfast eye for the truth have what it takes to fight the dark forces of crime. You made fine work of establishing the fact in court today. Oh. Well, thank you.
What magnanimous words. I'm quite sure that Kazuma-sama would have a smile on his face at the very moment he was here too. Kazuma. No, not at all. I think you should just stop assuming, because this ain't gonna work. Mrs. Sato? There's another face like thunder here. Oh my, and he really was here.
Lord Van Seeks, allow me to congratulate you on your acquittal. Congratulate me, or curse me. You failed to bring me down the Reaper. I owe you an apology. No, it is I who should apologize. Your father, Gitchin. If I had been stronger, then perhaps I made an unforgivable error of judgment. I can offer no excuse. I can offer no forgiveness. That said, suppose you fought for justice and the truth. For that at least I cannot withhold respect. Your words mean more to me than you can know. I will hold them dear.
Kazuma-sama.
I must say, there's one thing that still bothering me. What's that? That will Lord Flitz Van Zieks wrote before his duel with my father. Yep, you did say that, yep. Yep, you did say that. Yep, you did say that. Okay, with my eternal gratitude to the Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Cliff Van Zieks, okay. What can the second of his final wishes have been? That your father agreed to honor. You mean, I think perhaps I might be able to shed some light on that. What?
Father.
It was 10 years ago, as you know, the day before the execution was scheduled. I went to the prison to say my farewells to Gitchin. Why aren't you putting up more of a fight, Gitchin? If you only agreed to it, Cicero and I would gladly petition the government. We've been through a lot this already. You don't need to worry about me. Anyway, Eugen, I have a favor to ask of you. Something of great importance. You're one of my greatest friends, Gitchin. Whatever it is, consider it done. I'm going to tell you an address. I need you to go there at once, in secret and telling no one. You should find a lady in the Gentry, and they're hiding there. A lady of the Gentry? She's not in a good way. She's with a child. The birth is imminent. As a medical man, I'd like you to attend to her. Please, your only hope. By any chance, is the child yours, Gitchin? Don't be daft. It's a favor that was asked of me by a man I knew, as his dying wish. My goodness. A sword?
the man I would help. That I would do whatever I could for his wife and unborn child. Wait. So that would be Clint Van Zeeks, and he would have a... Wait. I have a big brain thing. I'm gonna keep it to myself, though. But, like... But the thing that's messing me up and messing my brain up is I think it's literally that other girl, but I don't know. It's 10 years ago. And the birth was imminent, which means it would be 10 years after this. And the only one that's 10 years old is... Only one that's 10 years old is 10 years after this. She's 10 years old, which means she was the only one that I know that at the moment could be born. So does that mean that Clint Van Zeke's daughter is Iris? Oh my brain. Okay, I'm gonna shut up. My brain just want to think about stuff. It's just thinking about 10 years. She's 10 years old. I don't know at this point. But if something should happen to me, I need to ask someone. Ask you that same thing. The only person I can truly rely on. What did you say? If something should happen to you tomorrow night, you're going to be. You never know, though, do you? What life will bring. Alright then. Tell me the address. I'll head there at once with Central Inn. No, not with him. Pardon? This is a favor I'm asking of you, and only you, Eugen. Right, I see. Very well then. He probably didn't trust him. That very night, I caught a train from Paddington to Dartmoor in Devon. I found the old house. In the middle of nowhere, it was. An old hunting hound lay asleep in the ground. The poor woman was on the floor at the back of the dark room. She was in mortal danger. I broke her water to precipitate the labor before she weakened further. But it was a tortuous birth. Did everything humanly possible for her and her child. In the end, I was lucky enough to welcome new life in the world. But tragically, my efforts to save the mother were in vain. I held the healthy newborn girl in her arms, but for her, longer than I care to remember. Eventually, in something of a daze, I looked around the room. There was precious little in it, but the old traveling trunk caught my eye. It had been well looked after all the years, made of top quality leather and with fine stitching. But it was when I saw the emblem on the side that everything dropped into place. B for Baskerville. The Baskerville? You mean the woman was the wife of Lord Clint Van Zeeks? That's right. The newborn was his daughter. But that makes no sense. Why on earth would Clint? Why wouldn't Clint have entrusted a child to my care in that case? I was completely unaware that he even had a daughter. Suppose he didn't really have any choice. What? Well, your brother said that he confessed everything to his wife. So she must have been beside herself worrying for her child. If the true identity of the person was ever made public, the girl would ever be portrayed as the daughter of the infamous mass murderer. So the only solution was to distance the young woman from the Van Zeeks family as much as possible. I don't believe it. I imagine that his final hours, Lord Clint Van Zeeks made the obvious choice. He would have thought to himself, this Japanese man here is someone I can trust. I honored my promise to get you, of course. However,
Only a month later, I was summoned back to Japan. And without disclosing the parentage of the child, I couldn't obtain permission to take her with me.
Oh, how awful.
I was completely at a loss. In the end, I have to ask my great friend. I asked him if he could be the father to her. That being Mr. Sholmes, I presume. That yes. He took one look into my eyes and he agreed to it on the spot. Mr. Sholmes, he has a heart of gold. Really, all that can be said that I did for the child was to give her a name. When I come to Britain, I was trying to escape from the grief of losing my darling wife. So it was her name that I gave the girl. Your wife's name, Professor Mikitoba? In other words,
the name of my mother.
Ayami Mikitoba.
Oh.
That's right, Ayami. Or in English, Iris. So that is your...
Oh, I was right. It was Iris's. Oh, Iris' dad was Clint. Oh, dang. So her father was dead anyway, but just not the person I was thinking of. Oh my goodness.
Iris?
I had no idea. Ouch! Mr. Hoda, what's wrong? This little thing just pinched me on behind through my trouser pocket hard. Oh, my dear fellows, can you hear me? And that's what you get for messing with my ear the other day.
Sholmes, is that you?
Ouch! Yes, we can hear you. Dang! You see what excessive tugging can do? Let that be a lesson to you.
Honestly, that's fair. Y'all probably shouldn't be doing that.
Mr. Sholmes, weren't able to thank you properly before, but you are simply marvelous.
Indeed, he was. You want to know what he deserves?
I dig that ear. My ear back. Your checkmate move was a stroke of genius. Indeed it was, wasn't it? I surpassed myself, I feel. Had become apparent to me that to stop Lord Chief Justice would require some measures. Bruno, Susie. Oh, Iris. Oh, I'm so pleased. What a wonderful outcome. Her Majesty Queen Victory said that she thought my special blend was delicious.
Oh, I'm sure she did.
After all, no one brews more delicious tea than you do, Iris. Let's have a party to celebrate. And Mr. Reaper, you must simply come too.
What? I'm afraid I couldn't. The Reaper of the Bailey was by a 10-year-old girl again.
No, really? Oh, pooh.
But I give you my word that I shall present myself at your residence in the near future to present my gratitude. I mean, hey, that's like your, like I don't know, how do I explain it? Like your cousin or something.
Oh, how lovely. You promised now, I won't let you forget. Bye for now, then.
Alright, Iris, thank you for all your help earlier.
Oh, that was nothing.
Just be
Back home soon.
Ouch! Ugh. One final pinch goodbye, was it? Well, I think I ought to be leaving. You give me a second, I'll be right back. I gotta set my feet off. And then once it...
back down in like 3 more minutes. Oh, 5 minutes. Yeah. So I can take the thing out and then I can eat it whenever I finish the thing. Lord Van Zeeks, would you care to accompany me? Certainly. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me once again to express my deepest gratitude to you. I believe you saved my life. Wait, Lord Van Zeeks. Yes. What are you intending to do now? Well, clearly, I shall have to resign from my prosecutor's office. Oh no! I intend to publicize the full truth of the professor case. Once that's done, the Van Zeek family will be ostracized, completely from London society. Surely not. Soon as I am free from my employment, I shall leave the capital. Oh, I see. Don't be a fool. Or don't be a fool. Are those actions of a man once feared as the mighty Reaper of the Bailey? I beg your pardon. For the past 10 years, you endured the pseudonym and been cast as one of the dark forces yourself. Now that you've finally been freed from that repute, your battle's just beginning, surely. Well, I certainly never expected to hear those words from your lips. I waited a very long time to come to London. Now I'm properly here, and I intend to learn all I can. Anyways, goodbye for now. Alright, I'm gonna let it play. I'm gonna do 2 more minutes, and then I'm gonna get the food out, and then I can actually, once I finish this, I can just eat. And if it comes to the credits, I'm gonna skip the credits. If y'all want me to do like react to the credits, I can react to the credits on the thing when I do the video for the OST tier list for this game and the characters tier list. Anyway, goodbye for now, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Now I don't have to worry about the voice. Okay, good. Kazuma Soki. It seems as though he's really matured suddenly. He's not the only one who's matured, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, I think we should make our way back to Baker Street. We must help Iris with tonight's dinner. We must. It was then that I came to an important decision about my future. For November, 6:25 p.m., the Shom Suite. And actually, while I'm at it, I can actually leave because I can actually go ahead and just get the food out. I'm home. Ah! Why you do that? Dang! Dang, I got hair put in my mouth too. Dang! Like, dang, bro! Like, you out there fired hair just went in my mouth. Dang! Dang, Gina, like, dang, put that thing out. Like, I literally got hair in my thing, bro. By the time you got here, we've been waiting ages, Odo. What are you doing with that? That colorful piece of history. It's a party, isn't it? It's gotta go with a bang. I mean, fireworks, ideally. When you ain't got no fire, smoke's the best thing, ain't it? There's a girl on Fresno Street who could help you with that, I think. Right. I remember that. Just don't shoot me with it. You don't have to reload that thing every time I speak. You really must hear this. It's quite a most extraordinary thing, is it? Oh. I assure you, it will defy your expectations. Take down every detail, Mikotoba. Ah, the world-famous detective, regaling his partner with a tale of his adventures. A sight to behold. Would you care to hazard a guess? Where do you suppose the fiendish runaway has concealed himself? Would you believe inside the trunk I found abandoned in his cabin? I would believe it, yes. I say, Mikotoba, I detect not a hint of surprise. I wonder why that is. Maybe because I was there at the scene as well, Sholmes. What? You were? Then why the deuce did you say so before? Not quite the sight I was expecting to behold. But still, it's hard not to feel privileged to see it. Hello, Sholmes, Professor Mikotoba. I'm finally back from the Bailey. And not a moment too soon. A feast prepared by Iris and Mr. Sato awaits. I must say, I haven't seen Sato look so happy in a very long time. Ah, Runo, there you are. There's on the table, everyone. Please do come and take a seat. Time to fill me boots. Goodness, is that really true, Gina? Yep, I'm losing me copper's clobber and going back to what I know best. It's a diver site for me. You're really leaving the police force? But why, Jeannie? Well, the boss ain't around no more, so... Oh. And anyway, no matter how hard I try, the Reaper ain't never gonna set the diver turn, you know, is he? Well, people can change, you know. Yes, that reminds me. I'd rather thoughtfully offer to relieve the bailiff of this now defunct piece of evidence. Eh? It's the inspector's pocket watch, and the crown has been reattached. I can't see it, but yeah, there you go. That watch was his pride and joy, a symbol of his great achievements at the Scotland Yard. For 10 years without fail, it measured every second of the man's remarkable career. But now, it stopped. It needs to be around this time. Someone needs to keep the memory of Inspector Gregson's career alive by taking on the great responsibility of winding that watch every single day again. Yes, someone with an equally fierce detective spirit. She's like, I know you're playing me, but I'm gonna take it. It's gotta be me. There ain't nobody else. Hey, congratulations. Take the watch. Congratulations. Quite right. I mean, after all, the boss was... Well, he was my boss. Yeah, congratulations. Hey, yo, come here with me. Hey, yo, look, take it. Take it. Take good care of it. It's yours. Yes, Jenny. Yes, he was. Oh, yeah. I made you a promise and all, didn't I, Iris? That I'd become a proper detective one day and track down your old man. Oh. Alright then, it's decided. I'll do it. And I swear, I'll find your dad and bring him and kicking and screaming. I'm not entirely sure that would be appropriate. Yes, I think, Gina, it might be best to, well... I think I'd like you to forget that promise, Jenny. Eh? Iris? Well, obviously I've always wondered who my real daddy is. Of course I have. Funny thing is, we know who it is, but we ain't gonna say it though. I wanted to know where I've come from. I thought it might tell me something about myself. I've caused so much trouble trying to find out for so many people. Hurley, Bruno, Professor Mickey? Oh no, not at all, my dear. Really, you owe no one, or you owe no apology to anyone. Well, anyway, I've decided to give up on it, because I finally realized my daddy is the greatest in the world. I don't think it matters what his name is, or where he's from. Don't you agree, Hurley? With every word, Iris. Thank you, Hurley. Thank you, Daddy. Yeah, you already know that man's like, that's my girl right there. I think, Mikatoba. Yes, Sholmes. I think I ought to express my gratitude to you. Oh? For 6 years, you and I solved many mysteries together. And during the times, I remember countless expressions of gratitude for our good services. But a moment ago, I heard the most pleasant expression of gratitude of them all, and I should never have experienced it, were it not for you, you old softy Sholmes. But I must confess, it is a weight off my mind to hear you say it. Well then, I think it's called for a lengthy violin recital, wouldn't you say? Oh well, the food wouldn't go cold. That's the only problem. Maybe next week, Hurley. Are you sure a week is long enough, Iris? Ha 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 ha. Even amidst the most troubling of cases, even reeling from the most shocking of revelations, returning into the evening to the suites of the rooms, there's always warmth and happiness to be had. The homes of the world's great detective, and my home too, was my greatest family. Yeah, we're not reading that though. This attic room has been my office for almost a whole year now. I've certainly had some unforgettable experiences while I lived here. But I think now the time has come. The time to bid this place farewell. Naruhodo. Oh, Naruhodo. Oh, Professor. Are you alone? I didn't hear any sounds from Sato's room. Yes, Sato's-san went out after dinner. She took a carriage. Something about an important matter she needed to take care of. Ah, I see. I wanted to thank you for what you did earlier. Oh? With Iris, I mean, when the subject of her father came up, Lord Clint Van Zieks. I made up my mind many years ago never to tell her who her real father was, and what was agreed with Genshin after all. Lord Clint Van Zieks' final wish before he died, you mean? Yes. I've had to take some rather drastic steps at times to protect that secret, you know. Called Sato-san back to Japan 6 months ago, for example. That's why? When I read Sasaki-san's report about his final days in London, my heart nearly stopped. You stumbled upon the crux of a terrible case, the dog's collar. Description of the Baskerville insignia left me in no doubts. That's why you did it. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. I understand. I understand. You ain't gotta tell me nothing about that. I understand. I understand it. Baskerville. If you decided to investigate this insignia sooner or later, you'd have made a connection to the Van Zieks. And make matters worse, Sato knew of the unpublished stories as well. That's fair. That's facts. And the story of Iris had written off based off the notes at the time. Oh yes, the Hound of Baskervilles. Exactly. It was work of fiction, but based on a grim reality of a huge beast of a dog being used as a murder weapon. A dog with the Baskerville family emblem around its neck. Armed with those two clues, I feared you and Susato might have arrived at the truth. So I invented the story of having collapsed to justify her leaving London and return to Japan at once. And all in the aid of halting any investigation you and she might have been contemplating. I see. Something I never understood is why I came across the manuscript in Japan, though. You know, the Iris is the Hound of Baskerville story, I mean? Was that for you? Shom sent it to me. That was before Susato left Japan. He was very troubled about what should be done about it, you see. I read it and carelessly left it on the desk, which is where Susato came across it, of course. Ah. It was only the case Sholmes and I ever pursued that didn't record in meticulous detail. I was stunned when I discovered that young Iris had pieced together so much of it from my paltry notes. Sholmes and I discussed the matter and decided that we weren't allowed the story's publication. At that point, I returned the manuscript by post to Sholmes for safekeeping. So you did all that to stop Iris from finding out the truth about her father. That's right, because Sholmes had told me how astute she'd become. However, having witnessed events in the court today, I'm gonna say my opinion has somewhat shifted. Oh. I think at some point in the future, the time will come for Iris to know the truth. When it does, well, I believe it will be for the best. I think so too. Actually, Professor, I wanted to talk to you about something else too. Judging from that expression, I'd say you've come to a decision, have you? Yes, I have. I will be returning to Japan with you. Are you quite sure? I'm really only here as a substitute for Cosmo. But he's here in Britain now, as originally intended. Local student Naruhodo doesn't really have a right to stay, I think. I see. Looking back now, when I first arrived here in February, my becoming a lawyer just seemed to be the way things turned out. With Cosmo, Susato, and Mr. Sholmes ultimately pushing me in that direction. Indeed. I spent the best parts of my year immersed in this world, but always aware of the seed of doubt inside me. Until today. Sitting in that courtroom murder, all doubts vanished from my mind. I was totally focused. I was sure of my belief in my client, and I was sure I could see the trial through. And at the end of it, I finally realized no one else chose this path for me. I chose it myself. The path of a defense lawyer, eh? Yes, that's why I am now. That's why I'm going back with Japan to you. That's the path I'll be following for the rest of my life. Well, it sounds like you've made quite a resolution there. I have. Very well then. I must say it's extremely welcome news. I shall make arrangements for your return first thing tomorrow. But I don't imagine we'll depart for a few days. Now with the symposium having been cancelled now, such a shame. Never mind. I'm sure there'll be opportunities in future. Well then, I'll bid you good night. Susato-san. I just wanted to let you know I'm back. I guess you deserve the truth, man. Did you, hear what your father and I were discussing? I'm sorry, I did, yes. I couldn't help but... Oh, how much did you hear? Well... From the part about Iris' real father, I think. In other words, from the beginning. So you've made up your mind. You returned to Japan and continued working as a defense lawyer. Yes. I'm sorry. I really should have consulted you about it. I did want to earlier this evening, actually, but you had already gone out. Oh no, that's quite alright. I already knew that's what you would decide, Naruhodo-san. You did? I'm just here, bro. Susato-san. Ah, yes? I suppose this means it has to be farewell soon. I suppose you'll be a great help to Cosmo going forward. I mean, I know he's a brilliant lawyer, but he's new to the British courtroom. He'll certainly benefit greatly having a brilliant judicial assistant at his side. I'll do my very best. I wish I could say it, but I just can't. I can't ask her to come with me. After all, she was always supposed to be coming to Britain as Cosmo's assistant. It's growing late. We should both try to get some sleep. I'm sure you must be exhausted after today. Oh, yes, you're right. Before I retire, let me just say one more time. You really were quite splendid in court today. And so if you ask me, anyone would think of you as a substitute or a locum should be ashamed of themselves. Sato-san. Thank you. Oh my goodness, there's so much, bro. Come on. I gotta eat my pizza, bro. Golly, bro. Come on. I had a little pizza, but dang, bro. November 7th, 5:42 a.m. Port of Dover, Quayside, not pertaining all in my regular voice, depending on who it is. I can't believe this day's finally come. You're really leaving then, Bruno? I'm afraid so, Iris. Thank you so much for everything. I don't know what I'll do without your wonderful cooking and delicious tea. Oh, I wish you weren't going. But you have to come back and visit. You say you will. Of course. I promise. Well, it was a brief reunion, but it was a pleasure to pursue a case with you again after so long. For, well, at least, it felt like old times. Yes, I suppose on reflection, there's something to be said for it, having a little fun once in a while. I'll just go and say goodbye to the professor as well, I think. Right, alright, Iris, you do that. Now it's the other way around.
Susato-san.
I've just checked, Naruhodo-san. Your luggage is already on board.
Okay, hey, y'all should be doing voice acts already. Y'all would do me like this.
Such a beautiful morning. Perfect for embarking on a journey, isn't it?
Before I set off, I'd just like to say how thankful I am for everything you've done for me. And give my warmest regards to Kazuma, please.
Indeed.
Actually, I think you ought to give him your regards in person, don't you?
Sorry?
Ryunosuke,
There he is, right there.
Kazuma! What are you doing here?
He sounds like that. It's like, ha ha ha. It's like, ha 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 ha. And not like that. That's crazy. I didn't think it was like that.
do
Okay.
you really think I'd miss my best friend's departure?
No, no.
Thanks. To be honest, I'd been looking forward to our wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's capital. But,
Well, we'll have to save that for another time. Personally, I'm looking forward to facing you in court again.
Indeed.
me too. But, we're both defense lawyers, so,
I'm going to become a prosecutor. I'll stay in Lord Van Zeek's tutelage for the time being, but before long, I intend to be just as formidable as the Reaper himself.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, he said, "No, I want him."
Actually, Ryunosuke, I have a favor to ask.
What is this? It's better not bring me to a trial or nothing.
Name it.
Oh, you want me to get Kurama?
I'd like you to take care of this for me for a while.
Kurama.
Karuma? Why?
Because I've seen it now. I've seen what's inside me. The demon that reared its ugly head that day.
It's time for him to cook.
It was only for the briefest of moments. The last time I came face to face with that inspector, but it was unmistakable. I wanted to kill him.
You had the other one though.
I've always known there are demons that live inside people. And now I know there is one in me. The fact that it very nearly consumed me is something I'll carry with me until the end of my days. While I devote my life to fighting those whose demons have got the better of them. As a prosecutor.
So, that's what you've resolved to do, is it?
Until I'm ready to face the demon within me. To slay it once and for all. I leave this in your care,
I'll take it.
if you'll take it.
Of course I will.
Just give
I'll
it to
keep
me.
it by my side. Always.
I mean, someone gotta keep it for the Japanese culture.
Until we meet again, then. You have your path to follow, and I have mine.
Naruhodo-san?
Oh, what's good, baby girl? What's good?
The path you're going to follow from now on. I wonder if I might follow it at your side, and unless I'd be a burden.
What? I mean, I would very much like you to come with me. But aren't you...
You're so predictable, Ryunosuke.
I am?
Honestly, you never change at all. But that's what I like about you.
You mean you knew about this?
It was the evening after Lord Van Zeek's trial came to an end. She came to see me at the prosecutor's office.
Really? Or when I had that conversation with Professor Mikotoba?
Yeah.
So, you'd go with Ryunosuke back to Japan?
Yes. I know it's unfair of me to follow my own interests like this.
Coming here especially to tell me. You're a stickler for etiquette, aren't you? Well, what are his feelings?
We've never discussed it, of course, and Naruhodo-san has made no such suggestion. I worry that perhaps I'd be a burden to him.
He's just as much of a stickler for etiquette as you are. He'd never say anything before he was asked. but I'd feel happy knowing you were with him. Look out for him on my behalf, will you?
Of course.
Susato-san.
What do you think, Naruhodo-san?
Yeah, go for it.
With you by my side, no trial would seem too daunting. So if you're willing, I'd be honored if you'd come with me. Together we can take on the world.
I'm terribly incompetent, but if you'll have me, I'd be delighted.
Like, why you say you're confident? If it's not that one case, it's not that bad.
Oh, no, not at all. If anyone's terribly incompetent, it's me.
Ah! What's wrong?
Your luggage, Susato-san. There's no time. The ship's going to set sail any minute now.
It's all right. There's no need to worry. As it happens, my luggage is already on board too.
It is?
Oh, dang. Dang.
Your fine judicial assistant has everything in hand as always, I see.
Mm-hmm. That's about to be sick. Dang, I've been out for stream this for 6 hours. Great work.
Bruno! Your ship's about to leave!
Time to go then. Look after yourself, Ryunosuke.
You too, Kazuma.
Draw your sword.
There we go.
One day, when our paths cross, once more, we'll fight a duel of words across the courtroom. A day I eagerly await, as a lawyer.
I've been waiting to hear you say that, partner.
Don't forget me then, Kazuma.
As if I could, Ryunosuke.
And Mr. Sholmes, thank you so much. I'm very much indebted to you.
Indeed, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe you are.
I'll never forget all you've done for me during my time in London.
Quite. I should like to think you will remember your debt of gratitude. Especially when I visit you in your country. What? The truth is, although many are ignorant of the fact, the world is far smaller than most folk realize.
Okay.
Well, I'd be delighted if you came to Japan one day.
Oh yes! Would welcome you with open arms, Mr. Sholmes. Oh, that sounds wonderful! I can't wait!
In that case, let us conclude that this is to be merely a brief parting, my dear fellows.
And that brings us to the end of my adventures in Great Britain. A peculiar twist of fate brought me halfway around the world those many months ago. But that was just the start of my journey. Who knows where fate will lead me next? Still, I'm confident this won't be my last meeting with the friends I've made in London. And when we're together again, no doubt the first words I'll hear will be...
Objection? Or Finn?
Come, the game is afoot.
Oh, they did that one. If it's credit...
With our friends from the east.
Oh, if I hit a cutscene thing, like a little credits, I would say, yeah, I put an entering right there and go from there.
But Sholmes' face was alight with joy.
The times may change, but a steadfast friendship will remain true, Wilson. We have but to gently close our eyes, and we are with our companions once more.
So I do just that. And when I do, I can hear his strong, familiar voice ring out.
Objection. Hey.
Until we meet again, Bruno.
Hey! Let's go! I'm a cook. Okay, y'all, look, we can stop it here, though. We can stop it here. We have did this thing. So, unless I can, like, skip it. But yeah, y'all, we're going to skip this. We're going to let it go out there, let it play, do what it wants to do. But we're going to stop here because I got to eat and all that stuff. But if y'all want me to look at the whole ending cutscene thing again, we can look at it on the YouTube and all that stuff. But I got to go, got to eat, got to get ready for a stream on Center for Arena Ultimax. I will see y'all later, though. Peace and love, y'all. Yee.